Chapter 131. The shock that the old Jiang madam's death brought to the Jiang Fu could not be said to be small. Rather than saying that the news of the old Jiang madam's death was too shocking, it would be better to say that Jiang Ruan's imprisonment was even more shocking. When Jiang Quan found out about this matter, he was naturally enraged beyond compare. That day in Guilan Yuan, only Kai Ke was left in front of the old Jiang madam. Kai Ke had followed the old Jiang madam for many years and her words were naturally convincing. As for the old Jiang madam's tea, it was discovered that it had been laced with arsenic. The rumor going around in the streets and alleys was that Jiang Ruan had a deep grudge against the old Jiang madam, so she had poisoned arsenic and fed it to the old Jiang madam. Although these words traveled far, a smart person would be able to pick up on the clues. If one wanted to murder someone, throwing arsenic in front of their face was a little too stupid. Princess Hong An was not a fool. Why would she seek her own death? However, suspicions were just suspicions. After all, this was a matter of the Jiang Fu. While everyone was talking about it, they were also waiting to see how the younger sister of the war god of the great Jin dynasty, the favored daughter of Empress Dowager Ida, was going to reverse the situation. Perhaps it was because the rumors outside were too ferocious that Jiang Quan issued a restriction order. Apart from purchasing goods, no one in the Fu was allowed to come out and walk around. In Secondine Yang's courtyard, Yang Lu was carefully helping Secondine Yang drink the medicine. Take it further away. The second aunt waved her hand and pushed the bowl of medicine away. Her face showed a bit of annoyance. Jiang Quan did not allow the people in the Fu to go out, and outsiders were also not allowed to enter. Even the servants who were supposed to pass on the news did not receive any news, let alone know what the situation outside was like. Thinking of the 30,000 taels of silver that she had given away, the Secondine Yang gritted her teeth. She had staked all of her family's wealth on this. Even if Jiang Ruan grew wings, it would be difficult for her to escape. Although Hu Qianxiu had asked for her help, many years had passed since then. On the surface, Hu Qianxiu had helped him because of their past friendship, but in reality, he had wanted to secretly build a connection with the Jiang family. The battle between Xian Hua and Xian Li became more and more intense. Even though Hu Qianxiu was on Xian Hua's side, he couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. If he could establish a connection with the Jiang Fu, then in the future, if anything were to happen, he would be able to take care of them. Li Chang, on the other hand, was her nephew. He was a gambler and owed a lot of debt. If she hadn't seen through this, she wouldn't have let Li Chang help her. In the first place, she had never intended to overthrow Jiang Ruan by framing her. She had only wanted Li Chang to use some tricks when she was in prison. As long as a woman experienced this, she would naturally commit suicide. Even if she did not, Li Chang would help her make it seem as if she had committed suicide. At that time, it was all thanks to Jiang Ruan that Jiang Li's body had been defiled by that lecherous prince, and she had even gained a reputation for being extremely licentious. Now, she wanted Jiang Ruan to have a taste of what it was like to have her body ruined and her reputation ruined. Only in prison would there be no one by Jiang Ruan's side, and it would be easy to make a move. It was supposed to be a foolproof matter, but there was no news from the other side. A trace of anxiety floated in Secondine Yang's heart. In this anxiety, there was also a trace of a bad premonition, which made her inexplicably flustered. After a pause, she stood up and said, "I'm going to see Jiang Dan." At this moment, Jiang Dan's courtyard, which was very close to Ruanju, was also quiet. White silk for a funeral had already been hung everywhere. Jiang Dan, dressed in plain white, sat in front of the window, fiddling with the small white flowers on the table. Her long hair was not tied up and casually spread over her shoulders, which made her shoulders look even more delicate. Her whole person was like the small white flowers in her hands, fragile and helpless, delicate and pitiful. "Miss," a maidservant came forward and said, "Secondine Yang is outside. I'm not feeling well today, I won't see her." Jiang Dan fiddled with her hair, got up, and walked towards the side of the bed. The maidservant was somewhat embarrassed, but she did not dare to disobey, so she braced herself and went out. Jiang Dan walked to the side of the bed and sat down. With a flip of her hand, she pulled down the soft tobacco curtain. The newly made Tian Xiang Luo soft tobacco curtain emitted a faintly discernible fragrance. The color was bright and moving, and one bolt was very expensive. Although Mistress Hongyang and the other young ladies did not dare to do anything to the rations, she, as a Shu daughter, naturally could not afford to use these things. However, it was a gift from someone who did not leave their name. It was easy to guess who that person was. Zhou Zhang's attitude was a little too warm. A trace of disdain flashed across Jiang Dan's face. In the past, the Langzhong Fu was indeed a good place to go. But now, the future of the Langzhong Fu was worrying, and there was no longer any room for advancement in their official career. She was not a fool, why would she go in? Zhou Jiang was just being arrogant, and really thought that she was eager to marry him. In the end, there was still some use in keeping it. Jiang Dan played with the buckle that fastened the curtain, and her mood was very good. Second Yang, that idiot, had probably made a move yesterday. With just a few words of encouragement, that stupid woman had gone to find the person on her own. It would naturally be good if she could topple Jiang Ruan, but Jiang Dan herself was clear that with Jiang Ruan's methods, Second Yang would certainly not be her opponent. In the end, the person who would lose would still be Second Yang. So what? Hatred flashed in Jiang Dan's eyes. At that time, Second Yang had instigated Jiang Li to snatch away the marriage that she had fought for. Did she really think that she was a soft persimmon? Jiang Li was dead, and Second Yang was alive and well. That would not do. In this world, those who offended her would not have a good ending. At that time, it was Jiang Li, now it was Second Yang, and in the future. She smiled slightly, stretched out her porcelain white hand, and coquettishly rolled up an embroidery. The embroidery was embroidered with a young phoenix. It stretched its neck and was about to cry, as if it was only waiting for a light breeze, and the phoenix's cry would reach the 9 heavens. In the imperial study, Zhao Guang wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his expression finally relaxed. No matter what he said, the emperor had hinted that this matter would not be resolved hastily. Thinking about Jiang Ruan, who was now a Junju at the request of the imperial family, if something really happened to her, it would be a slap to the emperor's face. Thinking about Hu Qianqiu, the minister of the imperial censorate, Zhao Guang had a belly full of anger. Zhao Guang was a veteran of the court, and also the defender general who supported the country. In the court, even his colleagues had to treat him with respect. Hu Qianqiu's ability to sit firmly in his position as the minister of the imperial censorate could not be separated from his shrewd and slick personality. It was just that Zhao Guang had always been rather critical of the civil officials, and did not have much interaction with Hu Qianqiu. He did not expect that this seemingly respectful and courteous minister of the imperial censorate would send Jiang Ruan to prison this time. On the surface, there did not seem to be any problems, but Zhao Guang's intuition was that this grandson of a bitch must have had a hand in it. The emperor threw the memorial in his hand to the side and pressed his palm against the center of his forehead. Eunuch Gao stood silently at the side. Just now, Empress Dowager Ida had also come to talk to the emperor about Jiang Ruan's matter. These past few years, Empress Dowager Ida had rarely paid attention to such trivial matters. He did not expect that now, for the sake of Hong and Junju, she would once again take care of such matters. Eunuch Gao pondered in his heart. Hong and Junju had received the Empress Dowager's sincere affection, and she also had the backing of the Zhao family. In addition to Jiang Xinji's meritorious service, the emperor had originally not paid much attention to her. Now, he was afraid that he would have to re-examine this daughter of the Jiang family. At this moment, a young eunuch came in from outside to report that Jinying Wang was requesting an audience. Xiao Xiao had just entered the room when the emperor looked at him and said, "What, don't tell Zhen that you are also here for the matter of Hong and Junju." Xiao Xiao was silent. The emperor had inadvertently said this, but when he saw Xiao Xiao's appearance, he was stunned. He thought for a moment, then frowned and asked, "What is your relationship with Hong An?" Xiao Xiao said lightly, "Hu Qianxiu, as an official of the imperial censorate, was not strict in his investigations. He was deceived by a slut and was repeatedly promoted. Your Majesty, please punish him severely. If you speak to Zhen like this, it means that you have already taken action. Why are you still asking Zhen?" The emperor snorted coldly. "Hong and Junju really has some tricks up her sleeve. In such a short time, the person who came to plead for leniency has opened Zhen's eyes. Zhen never knew that Zhen's officials had such a friendship with Hong and Junju." Xiao Xiao frowned. The emperor's words did not sound like Zhao Guang and Empress Dowager Ida. It was reasonable for Zhao Guang and Empress Dowager Ida to plead for leniency for Jiang Ruan. The emperor did not need to speak in such a manner. Could it be that there was someone else? He looked at the emperor doubtfully. The emperor slammed the memorial on the table. "No need to think about it." Grand Tutor Lu also came. Lu Min also came to plead for Jiang Ruan. Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned. The emperor was a little angry. Such a small matter should not have been brought to the imperial study to be discussed. But today, he had heard of Jiang Ruan's matters one after the other. How could he not think about it? Ever since Lu Min had entered the court to become an official, he had always been aloof and aloof. He had never even had a courtier that he was particularly familiar with. Yet today, for the first time, he had pleaded for leniency for Jiang Ruan. He glanced at Xiao Xiao, and Jiang Ruan's gorgeous and charming appearance appeared in his mind. Had he really been bewitched by her beauty? "Ah Xiao, about your marriage." The emperor had not finished speaking when he saw Xiao Xiao say indifferently, "Since there is nothing else, this official will take his leave first." The emperor choked and waved his hand after a long while. "You may leave." The little eunuch waiting outside watched as Xiao Xiao went in and quickly exited the door. He then looked at the emperor's unsightly expression and thought to himself that Jinying Wang was indeed a rebel. Even the emperor couldn't do anything to him. Inside the room, Gao Gonggang sighed and shook his head. Xiao Xiao's visit to the imperial study today was only to inform the emperor. He did not even need permission. After leaving the imperial study, Xiao Xiao went directly to the imperial censorate. The officials of the imperial censorate were dealing with official documents. This job could be said to be busy, but it could also be said to be idle. Only cases related to the royal family or important courtiers would be under the jurisdiction of the imperial censorate. Most of the people above were idle while the people below were busy. Moreover, everyone in the officialdom had a tacit understanding, so there had not been any major incidents. The fact that Hu Qianxiu had rashly arrested Jiang Ruan had already caused the people in the imperial censorate to be dissatisfied. Today, the imperial censorate had two people, the imperial censorate and the slightly inferior imperial censorate. The imperial censorate was Hu Qianxiu, and the imperial censorate was Kushiran. Kushiran had been under Hu Qianxiu all year round, but Hu Qianxiu had firmly grasped the position of imperial censorate, so Kushiran had not been able to find an opportunity. The officials of the imperial censorate were divided into two factions. One faction supported Hu Qianxiu, and the other faction supported Kushiran. Naturally, there were more who supported Hu Qianxiu. This time, Kushiran was opposed to the imprisonment of Hong and Junju. Suddenly seeing Xiao Xiao enter, the officials of the imperial censorate were shocked. They saw a middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue official's robe sitting in the hall. He was thin and slightly tanned, but his eyes were somewhat gloomy. This person was Kushiran. Kushiran stood up and bowed to Xiao Xiao, "Xiao Wangya." Xiao Xiao looked at him coldly and threw the thing in his hand to Kushiran. Kushiran stared blankly at first, but when he saw that it was a letter, he walked to the side and finished reading it. He was so excited that he could not restrain himself. He looked at Xiao Xiao, his gaze somewhat agitated. If Hu Qianqiu does not want to be the imperial censorate, then there is no need to do it. Xiao Xiao said, then he turned and left the imperial censorate. Kushiran was left alone to hold the thing in his hand. The things written in this letter were enough to cause the imperial censorate to clean up again. Admittedly, it would not affect him, but Hu Qianqiu's official position would not be guaranteed. Since Xiao Xiao had thrown this thing, his attitude was tacit. No matter what Kushiran did, he would not be obstructed. However, why did Jinying Wang, who usually did not care about the affairs of the court, suddenly target Hu Qianqiu? Kushiran thought for a while and suddenly remembered that Jiang Ruan was still in prison. His heart stirred. So this was the case, Hu Qianqiu was courting death. He had long seen that Hong and Junju was not someone to be trifled with. Even if it was because of Jiang Xing's name, the emperor would still protect Hong and Junju. However, Hu Qianqiu did not know what had happened, but he had imprisoned Hong and Junju. He did not think that if something had happened and angered the god of war, Jiang Xing, then his official career would have come to an end. Kushiran naturally rejoiced in Hu Qianqiu's misfortune. He thought that Hong and Junju was really not a bystander. Even Jinying Wang had to stand up for her. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly stood up. Even if it was for Jinying Wang's sake, he absolutely could not neglect this Hong and Junju. Right now, it was better to inform the officials. It was not known elsewhere in the capital, but the atmosphere in the Jiangfu was very heavy. Old Jiang Madam's coffin was placed in the newly set-up mourning hall. Everyone in the Fu was dressed in mourning clothes, and the people guarding the mourning hall at night were Du Wan and Kai Quebec. After old Jiang Madam's death, the two servant girls had no place to go. Considering that they had followed the old madam for so many years and had worked hard, it was still customary to let them out of the Fu. Duan and Kai Kei were now in their 20s and 17 years of age, and were still unmarried. Duan was the child of a family, and her father and mother were still working at the Jiangfu's farmstead. If they were let out of the Fu, they would still have a place to live. Kai Kei, on the other hand, had been bought by the old Jiang madam from outside, and she had always been alone. At night, the mourning hall was even more deserted. The old Jiang madam's coffin emitted a faint and gloomy color. A gust of wind blew through the mourning hall, causing the originally weak white candles to sway as if they were on the verge of collapsing. The unburned paper money in the basin swayed and floated up, as if an invisible hand was playing with the paper money. Siyu's men had long since left, and the Jiangfu was increasingly deserted, as if there were only the two of them in the huge mansion. Duan got up and went to the latrine, but did not return for a long time, leaving Kai Kei alone. The white paper lantern swayed on the rafters, sprinkling a mottled black shadow, and for no reason at all, it was somewhat horrifying. Kai Kei's heart tightened, and she could not help but reach out to hug her own arms. She did not know when the moonlight outside the window had already disappeared, and it seemed like there was only a faint light in the mourning hall. Now that the chilly wind blew, this faint light also seemed to be extinguished. Suddenly, the coffin emitted a crisp sound. That sound was very strange, as if someone was scratching a wooden board with their fingernails. Kai Kei's body stiffened, and a gust of cold air covered her head and face, drenching her body to the core. She walked forward uneasily, and then another loud noise rang out, frightening her so much that her face turned white, and her body went limp and fell to the ground. Once Duan left, there seemed to be no more sound, and did not return. That loud noise grew louder and louder, almost exploding in Kai Kei's ears. On the ground, in the shadow of the lantern's light, a shadow suddenly appeared. That shadow was slender and long, and its body seemed to have been strangely elongated by someone. It was vaguely a woman's silhouette, and her long hair trailed down, which was unusually conspicuous in the mourning hall. Kai Kei let out a blood-curdling screech and was no longer able to maintain her calm. This scene was too horrifying. She knelt down and kowtowed towards the memorial tablet in the morning hall. "Old madam, it's this servant's fault. This servant shouldn't have harmed you. Please spare this servant, I beg you to spare this servant." That black shadow, however, did not seem to let her go, and continued to circle around her from behind, getting closer and closer. Kai Kei only felt a pair of ice-cold hands caressing her neck, and those long grayish-white fingernails grazed past. Finally, she could not help but raise her head, and came face to face with a deathly pale face, a pair of large, black eyes, straight hair, and a large piece of jet-black blood at the corner of his lips. Kai Kei finally broke down and cried out loudly, "Old madam, this servant is wrong. Old madam." Her voice stopped abruptly, and Kai Kei's eyes became unfocused as she collapsed weakly. That horrifying ghost pulled off his hood, and revealed a flirtatious face. It was none other than Jin-san. Jin-san took out a medicine bottle from his chest pocket, and skillfully pinched Kai Kei's chin to feed her. Kai Kei then collapsed weakly onto the ground. Only then did Jin-san walk out in big strides. Outside the window, Jin-won was holding on to Do-won with an expressionless face. Do-won's acupoints were sealed, and her expression was one of extreme terror. She could not say a single word. "Be good, don't tell me that you want to become like her." Jin-san laughed. Even though he was born beautiful, in Do-won's eyes, he was like an evil spirit. Do-won shook her head in terror. Jin-san laughed, "Then I shall release your acupoints, but you better not scream. If you scream and distract me, then—" One end of the silver hairpin in her hand was emitting a faint blue light, and it was obvious that it had been dipped in poison. Do-won hastily nodded. Only then did Jin-san release her acupoints. Once the acupoints were released, Do-won hurriedly asked, "How is she?" "Nothing much." Jin-san's tone was relaxed, "It's just that from now on, she will probably become a fool." Do-won was taken aback, and a desolate feeling welled up in her heart. In the early years, she and Kai Kei had served the old Jiang madam together, and these years, they had advanced and retreated together. Their relationship was very deep, but she had just been held hostage by this stranger, and could only watch helplessly as Kai Kei was frightened to this extent. And from then on, she had become a fool. What good ending could a servant girl who had become a fool have? "Don't just worry about her." Jin-san chuckled, "Do you also want to become a fool like her? I wonder if Sir Wang would still like such a beautiful girl like you to become a fool." Do-won was startled, and immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Sir Wang, how did she know about Sir Wang? She knew better than anyone how the old Jiang madam had died. While she was shocked by Kai Kei's boldness, she had also received a bargaining chip from that person. That person said that as long as she could testify, he would help her escape from her slavery status. Do-won had followed by the old Jiang madam's side, and had originally planned to remain unmarried for the rest of her life. However, she had not expected to meet Sir Wang. No matter what, a servant did not have the qualifications to marry Sir Wang as his official wife. If she could escape from her slavery status, wouldn't she be able to fly together with Sir Wang and become a pair of companions? Therefore, Do-won fell silent and agreed. Chapter 132. Do-won trembled as she looked at Jin-san. Jin-san smiled with sincerity, "But I like beautiful ladies like you the most. If you listen to me obediently, I will be more than willing to marry you. If you don't," Jin-san's tone of voice suddenly turned cold, "that little lover of yours will be implicated by you." Do-won trembled as she looked at Jin-san. "I promise you," Do-won hurriedly said. When she had helped Kai Kei to frame Jiang Ruan, she had been very hesitant. Kai Kei was not a child of the household, so she naturally had to think carefully before she left the Fu. Do-won's family was still working at the Jiang Fu's farmstead, and for the sake of their own family, they should not be involved in these matters. Later, because Master Wang had reluctantly agreed to this matter, there was still some hesitation in her heart. That day, old Jiang Madam had asked her to pack tea leaves, and she had taken the opportunity to stay inside for a long time. Later, when asked, she had only said that she had not seen it clearly, and her attitude was specious. At this moment, Duan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Fortunately, she had been cautious back then. Otherwise, she would have ended up in the same state as Kai Quebec. Looking at Kai K's collapsed state in the morning hall, Duan could not help but shiver. After Jean San and Jean Yi finished their business, they left. At the same time, Wanju's Tianzhu also leaped into the courtyard. Baiji, Lian Xiao and Lu Zhu had been waiting anxiously for a long time, and when they saw Tianzhu return, they all breathed a sigh of relief. These days, there had been old women keeping watch outside Wanju's door. Fortunately, Tianzhu knew martial arts and was able to avoid those eyes and ears. Baiji asked, "Has the matter been settled?" Tianzhu nodded. It was not difficult for her to put arsenic in the fu, and she had originally wanted to put some in Jiang Dan's courtyard. However, Jiang Yuan had previously instructed that Jiang Dan would be able to get away with it. Since she could not take it down in one fell swoop, there was no need to beat the grass and alert the enemy. Although Tianzhu was somewhat unwilling, she still endured. Lian Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "We can only wait for the good news from Wang Yi tomorrow." The night passed, and everyone had their own thoughts. Early the next morning, a group of soldiers arrived at the prison. The official leading them was a stranger, but he was very respectful towards Jiang Yuan. He only said that it was a misunderstanding and hoped that she would not punish him. Jiang Yuan did not make things difficult for the official. As soon as she reached the door of the big shot, she saw that Zhao Yuanfeng was waiting for her there. When he saw her come out, he rushed forward and examined her from head to toe. Only when he saw that Jiang Yuan was safe and sound did he nod his head in satisfaction. As expected, he is very considerate. Jiang Yuan said in a low voice, "Little maternal uncle." Zhao Yuanfeng looked at her with a smile and waved her hand. "Yuan girl, since you came out today, I'll take you to see a good show." Jiang Yuan smiled, "All right." Early in the morning, when the servants of the Jiang Fu had risen early to tidy up and clean up, they heard a heavy pounding on the main entrance of the Jiang Fu. The manservant who was guarding the door opened it and saw a group of officials carrying sabers walking in a line. They looked fierce and fiendish. The older woman hurriedly came forward and said, "Sir, why did you?" However, the officer rudely waved the old woman aside and said, "Get out of my way. I am here to arrest a criminal of the imperial court." The old woman quivered in fright. In this fu, other than Jiang Chao and Jiang Quan, there was no one else who was an official, so how could he bear the 4 words court criminal? Could it be that something had happened to master? The old woman was so frightened that she kept quiet out of fear. The officers and soldiers no longer paid attention to her and entered the main entrance of the Jiang Fu without consulting anyone. Not long after, Second Yinyang was escorted out of the courtyard. "Sir, you've been wrongly accused." This concubine did not do anything. Second Yinyang still did not understand what had happened. Instead, before she heard news of Jiang Ruan's mishap, a group of officers and soldiers arrived. The leader of the officers and soldiers was not Li Chang. He glared at her fiercely and said, "Shut up. If you have anything to say, then come with us to the yamen." That officer was truly ferocious. Second Yinyang was so frightened that she did not dare to speak again. When Jiang Quan heard the news, he hurriedly brought some people out to investigate. When he saw the leader of the officers, he frowned and asked, "May I ask what crime this lowly concubine has committed?" Originally, with Jiang Quan's rank, when these officers saw him, even if they did not fawn over him, they would still treat him with respect. Today, however, it was different. The leader of the officers and soldiers glanced at Jiang Quan and said in a meaningful tone, "Jiang Darren, it is best that you do not interfere in this matter. Be careful not to invite trouble upon yourself." Finished speaking, he called out to his subordinates and left without looking back. Jiang Quan's heart turned cold. That officer's tone had a profound meaning. He had taken Second Inyang away, yet he made it sound so serious. What did he mean by inviting trouble upon himself? Moreover, bringing so many people to arrest Second Inyang, wasn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? He was also a person who had been in the officialdom for so many years. Immediately, a conjecture emerged in his mind. Could it be that there was a problem with the Minister of Appointments? Back to Second Inyang, she followed the officers and soldiers all the way to the yamen. 2 officers and soldiers were left behind to watch over her, while the leader of the officers and his subordinates entered first. Second Inyang's heart was in turmoil. After thinking for a while, she hardened her heart and plucked out 2 jade rings from her fingers. A few days ago, in order to bribe Li Chang, she had already sold off all her jewelry. This jade ring was given to her by Jiang Quan when he first brought her into the Fu, and she could not bear to pawn it off. Now that the situation was urgent, she could not care too much. Grabbing the 2 jade rings, she stuffed them into the hands of the 2 officers and smiled apologetically. "Officers, may I ask why you want to arrest me?" The jade ring was of excellent quality. If it was taken out to be pawned, it could be sold for 1,000 or 800 taels. Normally, it was rare for these yamen runners to see such goods and would naturally have a tacit understanding. However, today, this trick did not work. The 2 yamen runners looked at each other and did not stretch out their hands to receive the jade rings. Seeing this, Second Inyang's heart sank. She was not afraid of asking for things, but she was afraid of not accepting what she had given. Had the matter already reached such a serious point? What could have happened that even 2 yamen runners did not dare to accept things? Second Inyang's expression changed and she smiled. "Officers, that. Do you know where your Li Chang, Li Daren, has gone?" One of the yamen runners looked at her in surprise. "Li Daren? Yesterday, there was not even a shadow of him, and there was no one in the Fu. The higher-ups have changed people. Even if they returned, it would not be his turn." After thinking for a while, he looked at Second Inyang and said, "Don't play any tricks, save your strength for the court. Why are you talking nonsense with her?" The other yamen runner impatiently urged. Second Inyang was even more alarmed. She did not know how long she had waited, but she heard someone beating the drum of clear injustice outside. Each beat seemed to strike at the heart of the people. The drum of clear injustice would only be beaten when there was a major case. Usually, it would implicate court officials. When the drum stopped beating, Second Inyang was brought to the court. 2 rows of yamen runners stood on either side. The great master at the top was not the one that Second Inyang was familiar with. He had a very unapproachable appearance. What shocked Second Inyang the most was not this. To the left of the middle seat, sat a figure that she was very familiar with. Jiang Ruan's makeup was clean and neat, and she had changed into a light green dress. She was still as gorgeous and charming as before. At this moment, she looked at Second Inyang with a smile that was not a smile. Second Inyang's heart sank. She hated that Jiang Ruan had escaped a calamity again. She was very unreconciled, and her gaze towards Jiang Ruan was like a sharp sword dipped in poison. When Second Inyang's appearance fell into the eyes of the others in the court, they were somewhat displeased. Zhao Yuanfeng coughed lightly. "I see that this sinful woman has not yet figured out her own identity." Kudaran. Kuxiu Ran, who was sitting in the main seat, quivered and looked at Zhao Yuanfeng. Everyone knew that this Zhao family's third master had an arrogant and unruly temperament. However, the Zhao family had 3 generations of military generals and was still quite capable. Offending him would cause many difficulties in the court in the future. Besides, today, Zhao Yuanfeng had personally come to observe the case. Wasn't it to support Hong and Junju? It would be better to do him a favor, and it would be easier to handle matters in the future. Thinking of this, Kuxiu Ran slammed the gavel and shouted, "Sinful woman, do you know your crime? Second Yang shook her head and was panic-stricken. This lowly concubine does not know what crime I have committed. Kushio Ran said, bring the witness. An official escorted two servant girls forward. One of them had disheveled hair and muttered, this servant is wrong. Old Furen, this servant did not intentionally harm you. It was Second Yang who made this servant do so. Old Furen, this servant is wrong. She was already delirious. It was Kai Quebec. The other person knelt down and said in a clear voice, replying to Darren's words, this servant is Du Wan. This servant can testify that it was Second Yang who bribed Kai K to drug Old Furen in order to slander Junju. Second Yang also threatened this servant that if this servant spoke the truth, she would kill this servant's entire family in the rural residence. Nonsense, when did I? Second Yang said unwillingly. Second Yang gave Kai K a large sum of money. If Darren does not believe, you can go and check Kai K's room. There is no need. This official has already checked. Kushio Ran waved his hand. The official at the side then said, Jiang Li Shi, you killed for money and poisoned Jiang Shi to death. You did not repent and conspired to frame Hong and Junju. In order to silence her, you hired assassins to kill her. Your heart is evil and does not hunger for snakes or scorpions. You are vicious like a jackal and wolf. If this can be tolerated, what can it be? Even the heavens are clear. How can this residence tolerate you? The law states that the murderer must die. Today, you are sentenced to be beheaded. Once the words beheaded were said, Second Yang was like a piece of cork that had lost its backbone. She could no longer support herself and collapsed softly. She was originally a cowardly and vicious person and did not even have the strength to defend herself. There was only one thing on her mind, and that was that the matter had been exposed. But when she thought that her father was the Minister of Appointments and might have a way to save her, her eyes lit up and she cried, this lowly concubine is wronged. This lowly concubine is wronged. Master, please let this lowly concubine see father. Jiang Wan smiled slightly. Second Yang wholeheartedly wanted to rely on her maiden family and perhaps even wanted Hu Qianqiu's help. However, the Li family was having difficulty protecting themselves. As for Hu Qianqiu, it was likely that there would no longer be such a person in the Imperial Censorate in the future. Kushio Ran slammed the gavel again. His eyes flashed with a trace of deep meaning as he shouted, bring in the sinner Li Dexing. Second Yang felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She saw the officers and soldiers escorting a few people with shackles on their hands and dressed in prisoner's uniform. They were none other than Second Yang's father, Minister Li, and his brother. Minister Li cut a sorry figure from head to toe. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot. When he saw Second Yang, he fiercely spat at her and scolded, "Scourge." Second Yang was stunned, "Father, this is, get lost." Minister Li was extremely irritable. Silence. Kushio Ran slammed the gavel with a very serious expression. Minister Li clenched his teeth. If it was in the past, would Kushio Ran dare to treat him like this? This morning, early in the morning, the officials were ordered to search the minister's residence. He was initially in disbelief, but the information that the officials revealed actually shocked him. Everything that had happened in the past had been dug up. Even the business that he had thought was flawless had been dug up by others. If it was anything else, it would be fine. However, forming a faction with the court officials was a taboo of the emperor. Minister Li's life could be considered as smooth sailing. He did not expect that he would be plotted against today. There were some things that he himself did not remember clearly, but they were dug out by others. His confession in prison was listed out one by one. Minister Li almost suspected that his trusted aide had betrayed him. The charges even implicated Hu Qianqiu. It was said that Hu Qianqiu had accepted money from Second Yang and that Second Yang had obstructed official duties. At that time, Minister Li felt that it was strange. It was fine if it was the other charges, but how did Second Inyang's matter get mixed in? The jailer had some friendship with him in the past. He kindly reminded, Ministerly, if you want to blame someone, blame your daughter. Of all people, she had to provoke Hong and Junju. The person behind Hong and Junju is not someone that the Minister Fu can afford to offend. Ministerly asked who the person behind Hong and Junju was, but the jailer refused to say. However, Ministerly did know one thing, and it was all caused by Second Inyang. In other words, Second Inyang had destroyed the entire Li family. When Ministerly saw Second Inyang now, he wished that he had not strangled her when she was born. The Li family and the court officials had been destroyed in the hands of this stupid pig-like daughter. When he saw Zhao Yuan Feng, he was puzzled. Could it be that the person behind Hong and Junju was the Zhao family? Jian Yuan was the grandson of the Zhao family, so it was natural for her to help. However, the Zhao family had always been open and aboveboard. They would not be so ruthless. Once they made a move, they would want the lifeline of the entire household. The officer shook open the scroll and read, word by word, Li Dexing, as an official of the imperial court, you have disregarded the law, harmed people's lives, embezzled and bribed, concealed from the emperor, and deceived the common people. Collecting the wealth of the people and colluding with the authorities, this court sentences you to be beheaded and abandoned, to rot with the grass and trees, to be eaten by insects and mice, to be fed by flies, to die without a burial. In the Li family, the men are thieves and the women are prostitutes. They do not cultivate their moral integrity internally and do not cultivate virtue externally. They are devoid of virtue and conduct. This court sentences the descendants of the Li family to be stripped of their official positions. The Li family will never be able to enter the imperial examinations. No, Second Inyang cried out in panic. Why was it like this? It was fine if she was the one who had been exposed, but why was the Li residence also raided? What was the matter with the crimes that were listed? She raised her head to look at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was sitting calmly and the smile on her lips was beautiful to the bone. It seemed to carry a deep sense of mockery as she looked down at their sorry state. It's you. Second Inyang murmured. Bring Hu Qianxiu. Kuxiu Ran said again. This time, the person being escorted by the officers was Hu Qianxiu. When Hu Qianxiu was brought up, he glared fiercely at Kuxiu Ran. In the beginning, Kuxiu Ran had been single-handedly promoted by him and could be considered a talented person. Who knew that in recent years, Kuxiu Ran would become a threat to his position? This time, his fall from grace was certainly due to Kuxiu Ran adding fuel to the fire. Kuxiu Ran also saw Hu Qianxiu's gaze and was somewhat pleased with himself. He shouted, Hu Qianxiu, listen to the sentence. You have acted rashly as an official, colluded with someone else's concubine, and framed a Junju. You are truly muddle-headed and have no face to be an official. Today, you are stripped of your imperial examinations and demoted to commoner status. You will never be able to become an official. Kuxiu Ran's heart was stifled. Although he knew that his official position would definitely be lost, when he heard the words never be able to become an official, he could not help but feel a tightness in his chest and spit out a mouthful of blood. Qianxiu. Second Inyang panicked and crawled to Hu Qianxiu's side. Get lost. Hu Qianxiu no longer had the affectionate look of the past. He pulled her away with a palm and looked at her as if he was looking at an enemy, slut. If it were not for her, how could he, the dignified minister of the imperial censor, have fallen to such a state? He had originally wanted to use her to form a connection with the Jiangfu, but now that his career had been ruined, who in the capital would dare to tolerate him in the future? Second Inyang stared blankly at Hu Qianxiu, as if she was looking at a stranger. She did not understand why everything had changed overnight. The Li family had fallen to such a state, Hu Qianxiu's official position was also in danger, and they were all filled with hatred towards her. Was she the one who had caused them to become like this? Jiang Wan smiled as she sat in the middle of the hall, as if nothing could shake her composure and calmness. She was like a demoness who drifted away from the world of mortals, indifferently and cynically overlooking everyone's struggle. Feeling Second Yin Yang's gaze, Jiang Wan turned her head. That pair of clear and charming eyes were clearly devoid of any emotion, but Second Yin Yang understood. She was saying, if you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Second Yin Yang laughed bitterly. That laughter became louder and louder, so sharp that everyone present could not help but frown. However, Second Yin Yang was still laughing, and her face was full of tears. She looked at Jiang Wan, eldest miss, you're ruthless. I can't win against you, even when I'm at death's door. Jiang Wan did not speak, and Second Yin Yang laughed bitterly. It was her fault, and she only had herself to blame. She had caused her maiden family and her childhood sweetheart's lives to be ruined, and caused her own daughter to die tragically in the doctor's fu. Her skills were inferior, and she had been incited by others. She was extremely stupid, and in the end, the entire minister's fu was buried with her. However, she was wrong, but were others not at fault? As a concubine's daughter, she had no way of choosing her own husband, and could only be given to another person by her father like a gift. In the fu, she had the legal wife to suppress her, and there were other concubines fighting for favor. Her only daughter could only be like her, forever carrying the identity of a concubine's daughter. She had only wanted her daughter to live a better life, and she had strived hard to fight for it. She had snatched someone else's marriage, but in the end, retribution had fallen on her daughter. She had wanted to perish together with the main culprit, but in the end, she had lost the entire Li family. Now, she had finally become a sinner that everyone loathed. She was wrong, but she had been forced to do so. Second Yin Yang broke down and grabbed at her hair. Her long hair, which had always been coiled into a delicate bun, was pulled apart by her. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was dirty like a lunatic. Where was the original shrewd and beautiful appearance? She foolishly stroked her long hair, and her gaze was somewhat unfocused. She whispered, Li, don't be afraid. Mother will bring you home now. Her expression was chaotic, and no longer clear. Everyone present could not help but be moved, and they sighed in their hearts. Hu Qianqiu and Minister Li were even more disgusted when they saw this. Zhao Yuanfeng subconsciously looked at Jiang Ruan's expression, thinking that he could find other emotions on her face. However, all he saw was Jiang Ruan's indifferent expression. Although there was a smile at the corner of her mouth, there was not even a trace of excess emotion in her gaze. It was as if nothing in the world could move her. Zhao Yuanfeng sighed in his heart. Looking at today's matter, it seemed that she was not completely unaware of it. Perhaps, this niece of hers had also contributed to it. She had long known that Jiang Ruan's heart was like a boulder, but this kind of indifference was really too shocking. Other people's young ladies were now at the age of flowers, laughing, making noise every day, but her niece was calm all day long. It was as if she was an old woman who had lived for many years. Zhao Yuanfeng shook her head. She did not know whether she would be able to meet someone in the future who would open the door to her heart. Chapter 133. The Zhao family specially gave Kushuran some instructions, and in return for a plum, Kushuran spared no effort to publicize this case. In just a short day, everyone in the capital knew that Jiang Ruan had been wrongly accused and sent to prison. Not only that, but the details were also circulated. Hu Qianqiu and the second Yin Yang's earlier love affair was also exposed in front of everyone's eyes. As a result, the green hat on Hu Qianqiu's head became even greener. However, the crowd did not sympathize with Jiang Quan. This was because from the time Jiang Ruan was imprisoned until she was released from prison, Minister Jiang, as her father, had never once seen Jiang Ruan. On that day in the court, there was also no sign of Jiang Quan. People always sympathized with the weak. Originally, They had thought that Hong and Junju would rise step by step and be a splendid and beautiful woman. Who would have thought that in the Jiangfu, she would be living in such dire straits? It was really pitiful. Second Yinyang was sentenced to be beheaded on the second day at the Meridian Gate. Kushio Ran was very concerned about this swift and decisive action. Naturally, after Hu Qianxiu was removed from his position, Kushioran took the position of the head of the imperial censorate. Not only that, under Hu Qianxiu's crimes, almost half of the officials in the imperial censorate were implicated. After such a long list of cleanups, the imperial censorate was reshuffled and there was not a single person who was originally under Hu Qianxiu. The new officials had completely rewritten the structure of the imperial censorate. The imperial censorate bade farewell to the decadence of the past few decades and welcomed a new lease of life. In Minister Li's family, other than Minister Li's heinous crimes, he was sentenced to be beheaded. The rest of the children were not affected, but they would never be able to take the imperial examinations to become officials. The Li family could be considered to have finally reached this generation. There was no point in staying in the capital anymore. So the whole family moved out of the capital. Even Minister Li and Second Yinyang who were still in prison were not taken care of. Before leaving, Minister Li had also asked about Li Chang's whereabouts, but Li Chang seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Minister Li knew that Li Chang was in danger, so he fainted again. In the Jiangfu, Second Yinyang's news finally arrived. With a clatter, the porcelain cup in Jiang Dan's hand slipped and fell to the ground. The tea and porcelain splashed everywhere. The maidservant hurriedly knelt down to pick them up. Jiang Dan anxiously asked, "The minister's residence was raided?" The maidservant had already told Jiang Dan everything that had happened outside. At this moment, hearing Jiang Dan's question, she said, "Yes." When she looked at Jiang Dan again, it was as if she hadn't heard what she said. Her expression was somewhat absent-minded. The maidservant felt inexplicably afraid of her mistress and didn't dare to say anything more. She hurriedly picked up the broken pieces on the ground and quickly walked out of the room to find a towel to clean the water stains on the floor. Jiang Dan stared blankly at the large puddle of water on the ground. The news she had just heard surfaced in her mind. The minister's residence was confiscated, the second Yinyang was sentenced to be executed immediately, Minister Li was executed, and the descendants of the Li family were never allowed to enter the imperial examinations. Even Hu Qianxiu was stripped of his official position, and Li Chang's whereabouts were unknown. Although Jiang Dan had long anticipated that second Yinyang would not be able to defeat Jiang Ruan, she had not expected that Jiang Ruan's methods would be so ruthless. With one move, the entire Li Fu would be buried along with her. A trace of lingering fear surfaced in Jiang Dan's heart. If she treated second Yinyang like this, if Jiang Ruan were to find out about that matter. Her heart turned cold, and she immediately felt a layer of cold sweat crawl up her back. Jiang Dan stood up with a whoosh. Jiang Ruan was too dangerous. Every day that Jiang Ruan lived in this world was another day that she was a threat to her. She could either get rid of Jiang Ruan immediately, or enter the palace in the shortest time possible, and then slowly get rid of her. She narrowed her eyes, and her nails dug deep into her palms. Because of the matter with the second Yinyang, when she returned to the Fu, the servants in the Fu looked at Jiang Ruan with a faintly discernible trace of fear. Jiang Ruan pretended not to know. The old Jiang madam's death was unexpected, and the Fu was busy preparing for the funeral. Everyone was dressed in plain mourning clothes. Originally, she had felt disgusted at the sight of white, but now, she could only change into plain white clothes. According to the rules of the Great Jin dynasty, when a relative of an elder in the Fu passed away, the daughters of marriageable age had to observe mourning for a full year. Originally, when one reached Jiang Ruan's age, it should be the time to talk about other people, but when the old Jiang madam passed away, all the daughters in the Fu had to observe mourning for a year, and their marriages had to be delayed. Apart from Jiang Dan's portrait, which had already been sent up and could not be changed, the marriage between Jiang Wan and Jiang Su had to be put aside for the time being. Bai Ji and the others were extremely worried about this matter, and Jiang Wan herself did not care much about it. Currently, the only woman in the Fu who could make decisions was Hong Ying. However, Hong Ying now wholeheartedly wanted to become the mistress of the Jiang Fu. Moreover, she was only a concubine, so she naturally did not have the qualifications nor the mind to worry about her marriage. Originally, when the old Jiang madam was still around, perhaps she would consider it for her. Now that the old Jiang madam had left, no one in the Fu would pay attention to whether she could be betrothed to someone else smoothly. Even Jiang Quan would only consider her marriage as an exchange gift. From this, it seemed that observing mourning for a daughter was not necessarily a bad thing. Lu Zhu pushed open the door and walked in. Today at noon, the second yin yang will be beheaded at the entrance of the food market, miss. Lu Zhu hesitated for a moment before asking, do you want to go? Bai Ji frowned, that kind of filthy scene will not dirty Mrs. eyes. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Wan said, in any case, we have some friendship, so it is only right to send her on her way. The friendship of 2 lifetimes was not shallow. The entrance of the food market was crowded with onlookers. The clothes of the woman who was tied up and kneeling on the ground were already extremely dirty, and her hair was covered with stains and rotten vegetable leaves. There would always be people who were filled with righteous indignation to express their anger towards the prisoner. Hey, shameless, actually colluding with the adulterer to harm the Junju. Exactly, she is not a good family's daughter. Didn't you see that even the minister's Fu was confiscated? She reaped what she sowed. Sure enough, the kind of person raises the kind of daughter they raise. Perhaps that shameless doctor's wife from a few days ago was led astray like this. Amidst the heated discussion, the woman dressed in prisoner's clothes raised her head, revealing a mottled face. One could vaguely see her former beauty, but her gaze was extremely lax. Her lips were curved in a silly smile, and her face was covered with drool. She spoke to herself in a low voice, and only the nearest executioner could clearly hear her words. She was saying, mother will take you out to buy clothes. The executioner's mouth twitched in disdain, and his gaze towards her was full of contempt. In the crowd at the entrance of the food market, Lu Zhu and Tian Zhu protected Jiang Wan from being squeezed by the crowd. Jiang Wan lifted the curtain hat and looked at the woman who was muttering to herself. Second yin yang's silly appearance was no longer a shadow of her former shrewdness and beauty. Although second yin yang had never been shrewd, in her previous life, she had envied Jiangli because Jiangli had such a strong mother. A concubine's daughter lived more comfortably than a Di's daughter. When Jiang Wan was young, Zhao Mei was still the mistress of the household in the Jiang Fu, but she did not live up to the title of mistress. Zhao Mei was gentle, and usually, she was attentive and would not give others anything to use against her. Second yin yang, on the other hand, saw that Jiang Quan did not like Zhao Mei, and constantly bullied the 3 of them. When second yin yang was young, she was very domineering, and privately threatened Jiang Wan many times. The person she had feared in her previous life had ended up like this in this life. Now that she was reborn, she felt that the person she had feared in the past was nothing more than a paper tiger. As early as when second yin yang was released from house arrest, she had noticed that Jiang Dan was only using a borrowed knife to kill her. However, second yin yang also had some old grudges with her. Before she was arrested and imprisoned, she had written a letter that night. The letter contained nothing but records of Minister Li Dexing's efforts to amass wealth and build connections over the past few years. In her previous life, the Li family had ultimately sought refuge with Xian Li. The Li family and the Jiang family were related by marriage, and Xian Li had been happy to take care of them. However, Xian Li had a habit. He did not use people without suspicion, and did not use people he suspected. As long as it was one of his own people, he would always investigate them and grasp their weaknesses in his hands in case of an emergency. The things that Li Dexing had done had passed through her hands. Naturally, she remembered it clearly. As for Hu Qianxiu, it was not aimed at seconding Yang. Hu Qianxiu had originally belonged to Xian Hua's faction, but later, when he saw that the situation was not right, he sought refuge with Xian Li. Nearly half of the people in the imperial censorate later became Xian Li's people. The imperial censorate's position in the court was extremely important, especially when it came to major cases involving officials. This time, with Hu Qianxiu removed, the imperial censorate would be reshuffled, which would cut off a large part of Xian Li's support in the future. The Li family, Hu Qianxiu, and Xian Li's future wings had been cut off by her. It was unknown whether Xian Li's road to the throne would still be smooth in the future. As for seconding Yang, she was just a sacrificial lamb. However, she did not sympathize. In the matters of the world, no one sympathized with anyone. In her previous life, when she had ended up in such a situation, seconding Yang had relied on her relationship with Minister Li and Xian Li to thrive in the Jiangfu. Although she could not compare to Xia Yan, she had still climbed up by stepping on her flesh and blood. She did not sympathize with the people of the Jiang family who had used her blood to pave the way, but they were enemies from her previous life. How could she be soft-hearted? Seeing that the time for the execution was approaching, if it had been a prisoner in the past, at this time, the relatives and friends would have come forward to send them on their final journey. Secondine Yang was not an orphan, but today, no one had come to accompany her on her final journey. Jiang Li had already gone to the Yellow Springs one step ahead of her, and the entire Li family had moved. As for Jiang Quan, secondine Yang had made him a cuckold. It was already benevolent of Jiang Quan to not kick her to vent his anger, so why would he come forward to send her off? Amidst the shouts, a person slowly walked forward. She was dressed in plain clothes and a curtained hat, walking elegantly and freely. The crowd gradually quietened down as they looked at the woman who had suddenly walked forward. The woman walked to the front of the prisoner and lifted the curtained hat, revealing a charming and beautiful face. In the crowd, there were people who had seen her appearance before, and they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "It's Hong and Junju." It was actually Hong and Junju. The common people were the most capable of imagining things, and for a moment, the sounds of discussion rose again. It's actually Hong and Junju. Why is Hong and Junju here? She really has a merciful heart. This vicious woman has harmed her, but Hong and Junju still came to send her off. How rare. She is indeed the younger sister of the god of war. This kind of bearing is not something that anyone can have. Jiang Wan tilted her head towards the executioner and smiled, "Eldest brother, may I say a few words to my Yin-Yang?" The executioner was shocked by Jiang Ruan's beauty, and when he heard her address him so politely, he was momentarily excited and embarrassed. His face turned red as he said, "Junju is too polite, please." As he finished speaking, he walked to the side and emptied the seat for Jiang Ruan. Jiang Ruan squatted down in front of secondine Yang. Lu Zhu hurriedly took out a clean, wet handkerchief from the basket and wiped secondine Yang's face clean bit by bit. Secondine Yang's hands and feet were tied, and she could not struggle free, so she could only struggle futilely. After Lu Zhu wiped secondine Yang's face clean, Jiang Ruan looked at her and said, "Secondine Yang is still more beautiful like this. Otherwise, when you meet an old friend in the underworld, what would you do if you can't recognize you?" Secondine Yang's eyes were originally glazed over, and she had a foolish look on her face, but when she heard Jiang Ruan's words, her body trembled slightly. Jiang Ruan lowered her body, and her lips pressed against secondine Yang's ear as she whispered, "Secondine Yang should also have a taste of what my mother tasted at that time. She said, regardless of whether you are a madman or not, you should be able to understand what I mean." She looked down at the prisoner lying on the ground, and the hostility in her tone made even Tianzhu, who was at the side, somewhat apprehensive. In a flash, Jiang Ruan's gaze became very deep and very black, like a bottomless whirlpool. She said, "Secondine Yang should also be aware of what happened at that time. The people of the Jiangfu should all know. You see, they were so evil that they strangled my mother just like that. My eldest brother, and me, the people of the Jiang Fu like to step on the blood of the three of us to climb up. Now, it is time to give the Jiang family a taste of this. Second Yinyang and third younger sister were the first to go to the underworld, and old Furen as well. When you meet in the underworld, you must greet each other, but don't leave too hastily. In any case, wait for the other people of the Jiang Fu. Doesn't he cherish this Jiang family the most? For the Jiang family, I sacrificed my life, so I want him to live. I want him to see with his own eyes how the Jiang family is destroyed in my hands. The debt of life that the Jiang family owes me, I will naturally demand it back one by one. No one can escape. Her lips were warm and soft, and there was a hint of a smile in her tone, but the words she spoke were like those of an evil spirit, causing one to tremble with fear. I once walked the road to hell, and along the way, the red spider lily blossomed from the piles of white bones. All of you must properly admire it. She said, Yinyang, take care. Second Yinyang's eyes seemed to move as she finished speaking, but in a short moment, she once again giggled foolishly. Jiang Wan straightened up, and the executioner walked over and smiled at Jiang Wan apologetically. This person's brain is somewhat damaged, I'm afraid that Juanju's words will not enter his ears. Jiang Wan smiled. I'm just sending Yinyang off, that's all. After saying this, she turned around and left with Tianzhu and Lu Zhu. The executioner threw the signature in his hand to the ground, and in a long and shrill voice, he said, the time has come. Suddenly, the executioner's hand rose and the knife fell. Silver light flashed, and blood spurted out. Just like that, a life fell. Jiang Ruan's footsteps did not stop, as if this was something that was completely unworthy of stopping. Only the head of the prisoner rolled into the crowd, rolling on the muddy road. It was almost impossible to tell what it originally looked like. The Li family, which had once been considered an important official in the capital, had fallen just like that, and the Jiang Fu became even more deserted. Only Hong Ying was very happy. Not only did she not need to observe mourning and abstain from eating vegetarian food, she could also vigorously nourish her body every day. With each passing day, her belly grew bigger. If she had not known that she was carrying a pillow, perhaps Jiang Wan would have almost thought that the child in her belly was a Lin. After the death of the old Jiang madam, the power of the Jiang Fu fell into Hong Ying's hands. Perhaps feeling that it was somewhat wrong for a concubine from a brothel to be in charge of the household, Jiang Quan, for the first time, instructed eldest Yinyang to help Hong Ying manage the affairs of the Fu. Eldest Yinyang was almost an invisible person in the Fu, and did not pose any threat to Hong Ying. Usually, she was not even as good as a servant girl, so Hong Ying naturally did not pay any attention to her. All the daughters of the Jiang Fu had to observe mourning for the old Jiang madam, but Jiang Dan was an exception. Because the portrait of the consort selection had been sent, there had been a reply in the past few days. Someone from the palace had come, and Jiang Dan had been selected to enter the palace with the other beauties to display their talents. Whether or not she would be able to stay in the palace was still unknown. However, Jiang Quan was obviously very concerned about this matter. In reality, the emperor had not chosen Jiang Dan because of her outstanding talent. In her previous life, he had chosen the daughter of the Jiang family to enter the palace only to contain the Jiang family. In her previous life, by this time, the Jiang family's power was already at its zenith. However, ever since she had returned to the capital 3 years ago, the Jiang family had been hindered in many ways, both overtly and covertly, and their power was far from what it had been in her previous life. Even so, the emperor was still wary of the Jiang Fu. Jiang Quan called Jiang Dan into his study for a full 4 hours. The servants in the Fu guessed that it was something that Jiang Quan had instructed Jiang Dan to do. Since Jiang Quan thought so highly of Jiang Dan, the servants in the Fu were happy to dream of having a consort in the Jiang Fu. As Lian Xiao brought in the peony cake that had been made in the kitchen, she said, Master really wants to praise fourth young Mississippi. Fourth young Miss can't even compare to second young Miss, so how can she gain His Majesty's favor? Lien Xiao had a straightforward temperament, and when no one was around, she spoke even more straightforwardly. She was not wrong. If one really wanted to use a daughter to enter the palace as a consort to promote the Jiang family, why not send Jiang Su Su? Jiang Su Su was born beautiful and talented. Although she was not as patient as Jiang Dan, she was more liked by men than Jiang Dan. Sending Jiang Su Su into the palace would definitely gain the emperor's favor. Master can't bear to part with second young Mississippi, Bai Ji said softly. The palace looks like glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, but how can the hardships within be understood? Lu Zhu curled her lips. Master's heart is too biased, but I don't think others think so. These days, the servant girls in the Fu are all rushing to curry favor with fourth young Mississippi. No one understood Jiang Quan's intentions better than Jiang Ruan, because in her previous life, she had also been coaxed into the palace in the same way. Jiang Quan had only said that there would be people in the palace to take care of her, and that Jiang Su Su's health was not good. This was all for the Jiang family, and in addition, Xianli had said that he would take care of her. Thus, she had entered the depths of the palace, and in the end, even her corpse had not been left intact. Now, she had stayed out of the matter and watched coldly as Jiang Quan repeated his old tricks. Jiang Dan was not her. Jiang Dan had voluntarily entered the palace. Jiang Quan was not willing to sacrifice Jiang Su Su, but he did not know that Jiang Dan had the courage to sacrifice the Jiang family, as long as she could climb up. Perhaps Jiang Quan thought that he could control Jiang Dan, but he did not know that this move was like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Jiang Dan was a poisonous snake. Once it had nourished soil, it would definitely grow rapidly, and then swallow up the Jiang Fu until not even a scrap was left. The two of them harbored ulterior motives. Jiang Quan thought that he had crossed the sea by deceiving the world, but in fact, Jiang Dan had taken advantage of the situation. Sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight, there was no end to it. Chapter 134. The days passed by peacefully, as if unaffected. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of summer, and the weather was slightly cooler than it had been previously. The complicated matters of the past slowly settled down, and the death of the old Jiang madam seemed to be gradually forgotten. In Jining Wang Fu, the snow pigeon fluttered in through the window and landed on the boxwood desk in the room. Its wings accidentally stained the ink on the inkstone, and its snow-white feathers immediately emitted a faint scent of ink. Xiao Xiao lifted the snow pigeon from the edge of the inkstone and placed it in his palm. The snow pigeon's snow-white head tilted to look at him, its black bean-like eyes sensitive and intelligent. Xiao Xiao patted the snow pigeon's head and untied the copper strip that was tied to its leg. The note in the copper strip was not long, and there was only a small line of handwriting on it. After Xiao Xiao finished reading the note, he slowly frowned. After a while, he burned the note on an oil lamp and ordered, "Prepare the horse, I want to leave the capital." "Master." Jin Yi was somewhat hesitant. "Call Yi Feng out. There is no need to go to Yi Bao Pavilion. Go to 100 Zhang Tao and find Qi Si." Jin Yi's expression turned cold as he said, "Yes." In Wanju, Tian Zhu lifted the curtain and said, "Miss, the carriage is ready." Lu Zhu grabbed a small basket of snacks on the table and said with a smile, "It will be good to eat some on the way." A few days ago, they had received an invitation from Dong Furen. It was signed by Dong Yinger, but the person who had invited Jiang Ruan was Dong Furen. Ever since the old Jiang madam had passed away, in order to observe mourning, Jiang Ruan had stayed in the courtyard for a long time and had not gone out. Speaking of Dong Yinger, they had not seen her for a long time. Suddenly receiving an invitation from the Dong family, Lien Qiao and Bai Ji were somewhat surprised. Thus, they had Tian Zhu prepare the carriage and went out to the Dong Fu. When they went out, they happened to run into Jiang Dan and Hong Ying talking. Hong Ying's belly was becoming more and more obvious, and it was likely that she would give birth in a few days. Now that Jiang Quan had handed over the Fu's affairs to Hong Ying, Xia Yan had not been released, and the original second Yinyang had long passed away. Hong Ying was the sole ruler of the Jiang Fu. She had the air of the mistress of the household. Dewdrop's eyes flashed. She did not know if Hong Ying was trying to please both sides. Other than Jiang Su, she was always amiable towards Jiang Dan, and the two of them had a very good relationship. On the surface, Jiang Dan did not seem to have done anything, but Lu Zhu had followed Jiang Wan for so long that she could naturally see some tricks. That Jiang Dan was not as harmless as she appeared on the surface. By doing this, wasn't Hong Ying slapping Jiang Ruan's face? Or did Hong Ying think that by pleasing Jiang Dan, she would be able to curry favor with the imperial concubines in the palace in the future? Although she still had a sweet smile on her face, her eyes could not hide her indignation. Jiang Dan saw them first and greeted them with a smile, "Big sister." Jiang Wan nodded, "Fourth sister, Yinyang." Hong Ying supported her stomach with one hand. Her face did not have the slightest trace of the haggard and sloppiness she had after becoming pregnant. On the contrary, she was even more radiant. Compared to before, she seemed to be even more amorous and charming. Her skin was even more smooth like jade, and the clothes and jewelry she wore were all of the best quality. It was obvious that she had gained Jiang Quan's favor. When she saw Jiang Wan, she smiled and asked, "Where is eldest Miss going?" "Miss Dong invited me to her house for a small gathering." Jiang Dan laughed, "Big sister, you are really enviable. In the future, you will also be able to have many sisters. What is there to be envious about?" Hong Ying joked. "Yinyang is teasing me." Jiang Dan lowered her head somewhat shyly. Jiang Wan looked at the harmonious scene in front of her. The concubines and Shu daughters in this Fu got along very well. Presumably, Hong Ying's actions were related to Jiang Quan's instructions. A trace of coldness flashed in her eyes, but when she raised her head again, her smile was still like a flower. "Since this is the case, I will not disturb Yinyang and fourth sister's chat. I will take my leave first." "Take care, big sister." Jiang Dan smiled kindly. If one did not know better, they would probably think that these two were biological sisters. When they left the Fu and boarded the carriage, Lu Zhu finally could not help but say, "What does fifth Yinyang mean? It seems that she is more intimate with fourth Miss than with young Mississippi." Jiang Wan lightly shook her head. "Fifth Yinyang is an intelligent person. Naturally, she understands that she will not get any benefits from me." Her temperament was cold. Previously, because of Xia Yan and second Yinyang, she was considered to be on the same side as Hong Ying. With Xia Yan and second Yinyang gone, Hong Ying was no longer a threat in the Fu. She only needed to curry favor with Jiang Quan. Secondly, Jiang Quan had never liked her. If Hong Ying was intimate with her, she would lose Jiang Quan's favor. This is too much of a case of changing the rudder according to the wind. Lu Zhu thought about it and finally shook her head. People's hearts are fickle. There is no need to look forward to it. Jiang Wan closed her eyes and leaned against the carriage wall to rest. Lu Zhu stuck out her tongue and no longer spoke. On the other hand, Tian Zhu looked at Jiang Wan thoughtfully. The longer she followed this master, the deeper Tian Zhu's doubts about Jiang Ruan. She did not understand where Jiang Ruan's innate coldness came from. In some matters, she was even more ruthless than an assassin. In the brocade guard, Tian Zhu could be considered to have seen all kinds of people, but she had never seen such a virtuous girl. Moreover, the words that Jiang Ruan had said before second Yinyang's death were deeply imprinted in Tian Zhu's heart. Jiang Ruan had said that the Jiang Fu owed her a life debt, and that she would collect it back one by one. However, from the beginning to the end, the only member of her family who had died in the Jiang Fu was Zhao Mei. How could there be a life debt? Tian Zhu felt that Jiang Ruan's heart was hiding a very deep secret, a secret that even the few servant girls who were very close to her were completely unaware of. She thought that perhaps she should find an opportunity to properly report these matters to the young master. In the governor's fu, Dong Yinger was leaning on the soft couch. Rather than saying leaning, it would be better to say that she had no strength left. Her whole body was limp on the couch. Compared to the thin and sallow appearance of a few days ago, she seemed to have put on some weight these days. However, her face was filled with deep sorrow. She did not look like a carefree young girl at all. The servant girl, Hong He, stepped forward and placed a bowl of brown sugar lotus seed porridge on the couch. She respectfully said, "Miss, have some porridge." "I don't want to eat." Dong Yinger timidly turned her head away. "Even if you don't want to eat, you still have to eat." A cold and hard voice sounded. It was the governor of the capital, Dong Darren. However, his expression was very grave and stern as he stiffly said, "Put away your unrealistic thoughts. The portrait has already been sent to the palace. In a few days, when the people from the palace arrive, you will obediently enter the palace." "Father," Dong Yinger's voice was soft, but her tone was firm. Will never enter the palace." "Not enter the palace? Then you and your mother will go to the Chang family to apologize and enter the Chang family's door." Dong Darren said angrily. Will only marry one person in this life, and that is Great General Jiang Xing. As soon as these words came out, Dong Darren's anger was difficult to quell. He immediately raised a hand towards Dong Yinger. Dong Yinger fearlessly looked at him. In the end, he could not bear to do so, so Dong Darren did not strike her. He only angrily said, "Foolish. I see that you are still not sober. Lock yourself up for a few more days." After he finished speaking, he angrily flicked his sleeves and left. After Dong Darren left, Dong Yinger seemed to have exhausted all the strength in her body. She collapsed on the soft couch and sobbed. Dong Darren had always doted on her, but now, he had locked her up in her room and placed her under house arrest. Every day, he ordered people to take good care of her with good food and drinks. She had originally thought that she had a good father and sympathized with Jiang Ruan's misfortune. But now, it seemed that her father was no different from Jiang Ruan's father. They were both ruthless. In the outer hall, Jiang Ruan got off the carriage and was welcomed in by the servants of the Dong Fu. Jiang Ruan had been to the capital governor's fu a few times, so the servants were familiar with her. When they led her into the main hall, Dong Furen was sitting on her seat in a daze. Seeing her enter, she hurriedly got up and greeted, "Junju. Furen can call me Ruan Yang." Jiang Ruan smiled. Dong Furen smiled apologetically and said, "Ruan Yang, actually, I sent that invitation in Er's name. You don't blame me, right?" Furen must be joking. Jiang Ruan smiled, but what happened to Jijia? Dong Furen's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Jiang Ruan and met her gentle and smiling eyes. Those eyes seemed to have a magical power that made people feel at ease and trust. She felt slightly relieved and sighed, "I'm not afraid that Junju will laugh at me. This girl has never made me worry before. She's also sensible at an early age." Perhaps Ruan Yang has heard that was engaged to the third young master of the Chang family in her early years, but alas, at this critical juncture, she had someone she liked. She went to talk to the third young master of the Chang family and broke off the engagement with the Chang family. Seeing that Jiang Ruan did not reveal a look of disdain, she boldly continued, "Even if such a thing happened in our fu, it would not be tolerated. The Chang family is the same." After the engagement was broken off, this matter spread. At Her's age, she was already at the age of marriage. With such a ruckus, even some families who wanted to marry gave up on the idea. Seeing that would be at the mercy of others in the fu, master, in a fit of anger, had someone draw a portrait of and send it to the consort selection. Jie was unwilling. Jiang Wan asked. Of course not. Dong Furen's expression became even more worried. When found out about this, she had a big fight with Master. Master has always been stubborn, and he also got mixed up with his own daughter. He locked in her room and ordered the maidservants to watch her eat every day. He said that if she used her body as a threat, he would kill all the maidservants in her room. Had no choice. She did eat every day, but she looked more and more worried. She said to Jiang Wan, "Good child, I know that you and have a good relationship. Will always listen to some of your words. You should let her dispel those unrealistic thoughts and stop her from being so obsessed." Jiang Wan smiled slightly, naturally. "Wan Yang, may I ask, who is Jie's sweetheart?" As soon as these words came out, Dong Furen's expression changed. She lowered her head as if she could not bear it. She did not dare to look at Jiang Ruan's expression for a long time. After a moment, she squeezed out a few words with difficulty. "It's Juanju's eldest brother. Deputy General Jiang." The maidservant opened the curtain and Dong impatiently said, "Go out, I want to be alone. Miss Hong and Junju has come to see you." The maidservant whispered and nodded to Jiang Ruan behind her. Jiang Ruan motioned for the maidservant to leave. The maidservant closed the door and left. Dong was originally lying on the soft couch. When she heard the maidservant's words, she was also stunned. It seemed that she could not understand the Hong and Junju that the maidservant had mentioned. After a moment, she reacted and hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, she saw Jiang Wan walking towards her. "Ruan Mimi." Dong stood up in shock. Ever since the old Jiang madam passed away, she should have followed the Fu to the Jiang family to offer her condolences. However, Dong Darren had locked her in the room and did not allow her to go out. Thus, she had not been able to see Jiang Wan. Speaking of which, the two of them had not seen each other for many days. These days, Dong had not seen any outsiders. Suddenly seeing Jiang Wan made her somewhat happy. She carefully sized up Jiang Wan. Because she was still in mourning, Jiang Wan could not wear red clothes. She only wore a thin green robe. It was extremely simple and plain, but it added a bit of refined elegance to her that she usually did not have. She also looked very spirited and had not sunk into sorrow because of the old Jiang madam's death. "Ruan Mimi, how are you? I can't leave the Fu. That day, I heard that you were arrested and thrown into prison. Did you suffer any grievances?" Dong asked with concern. Jiang Wan shook her head and her gaze paused on Dong face. Dong had always appeared lively and cheerful. Dong Darren had protected her well and had always had a carefree appearance. Now, it seemed that the cheerfulness that often hung on her face had disappeared, leaving behind only a thick sorrow. Dong noticed Jiang Ruan's gaze on her and lowered her head uncomfortably. She asked, "Ruan Mimi, why have you come to see me?" It was not that Zhao Jinlin, Xiang Wan, Fei Fei and the others had not come to see her, but they had all been blocked by Dong Darren on the grounds that she was ill. For Jiang Wan to be able to obtain Dong Darren's permission to come to the Fu, there must be a reason. "Dong Furen invited me." "My mother?" Dong was somewhat puzzled. "Why did she invite you over?" Jiang Wan looked at her and did not speak. Dong was silent for a moment before she said, "You already know, don't you?" "Yes." Jiang Wan said faintly, "You are going to enter the palace." "I don't want to enter the palace." Dong shook her head desperately. "I don't want to be sent to the palace. Ruan Mimi, save me." "Then, will you marry into the Chang family?" Jiang Wan asked. "No, I also don't want to marry into the Chang family. Third young Master Chang is a good person, I cannot lie to him." Dong muttered, I already have someone in my heart, I cannot marry someone else. She tightly pinched the silk cloth under her body. Father wants to send me to the palace, completely disregarding my wishes. He won't listen to anything I say. Dong Darren did the right thing. Jiang Ruan's expression was calm. She was not moved by Dong Ying's words. Hearing this, Dong Ying looked at Jiang Ruan in disbelief and said, "You actually think that he is right?" "No, father only wants to use me to exchange for the Fu's glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. He just doesn't want me to ruin the reputation of the capital governor. Father has never thought about me." "Ruan Mimi, don't you resent Minister Jiang for treating you like that? How can you say that father is right? What difference is there between what father is doing and what Minister Jiang is doing to you? Ruan Mimi, how can you say that?" Her tone was full of resentment and stubbornness. There was no trace of her original cheerful appearance. Jiang Ruan quietly looked at the woman in front of her. Time flew by. Love was a poison that made Dong Yinger seem like a completely different person. Even her own father could treat her in such a manner. The capital governor, Dong Darren, and Jiang Quan were two different people. What Jiang Quan wanted was riches and honor. Even if he had to pay with his and Jiang Xing's lives, he would not hesitate. The capital governor only wanted to make his crazy daughter sober up a little. Unfortunately, his painstaking efforts were in vain. Not only did Dong Yinger not sober up, but she also hated him. Dong Yinger abruptly raised her head and stared fixedly at Jiang Ruan. Suddenly, she got up from the couch and threw herself at Jiang Ruan's feet. Two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks as she said, "Ruan Mimi, please help me, I only have Deputy General Jiang in my heart. In this lifetime, I will never marry anyone else. Please help me persuade father. Ruan Mimi, you are so intelligent, you will certainly have a way." Her hair was disheveled and her tone was humble. She lay at Jiang Ruan's feet like a blade of grass. Both her hands tightly hugged Jiang Ruan's legs. Her tearful appearance made it seem as if she really had no way out. Jiang Ruan sighed softly and bent down to pry Dong Yinger's fingers away one by one. She looked at her with pity and asked, "Why should I help you?" Dong Yinger stared blankly. She did not understand what she meant. Jiang Ruan's expression was gentle and her tone was also gentle. However, the words she said were completely callous. "My eldest brother has no interest in you. Whether you like him or not, what does it have to do with him?" Dong Yinger was speechless. That's right, she and Jiang Xing had only met a few times in a hurry. Moreover, Jiang Xing had not revealed any special intentions towards her. She had wholeheartedly fallen in love with Jiang Xing. She did not know Jiang Xing's attitude towards her. However, because Jiang Xing had led troops to battle, she could deceive herself. Now that Jiang Ruan had spoken the truth without concealing anything, Dong Yinger suddenly felt embarrassed. "You are not willing to enter the palace, nor are you willing to marry into the Chang family. However, you will never be able to marry eldest brother," Jiang Ruan said softly. "Why?" Dong Yinger's voice carried a sobbing tone. She looked at Jiang Ruan as if she was looking at a stranger. "Why?" Jiang Xing had a meteoric rise in the imperial court. In the future, he would definitely not be able to join the 8th Prince's faction. However, the capital magistrate maintained a neutral attitude in the imperial court. He would neither offend the 8th Prince nor the 5th Prince. In the future, if Jiang Xing really married Dong Yinger, Xianli would use the title of capital magistrate to threaten Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing would then have one more weakness and would forever be manipulated by others. If Jiang Xing really liked Dong Yinger, then all of this would naturally be nothing. Unfortunately, Jiang Xing had never shown any affection towards Dong Yinger. "Because eldest brother does not like you." Jiang Ruan's words crushed Dong Yinger's last bit of delusion. She opened her mouth and said to Jiang Ruan, "Why did you? Why are you treating me like this? In this world, the only thing that cannot be forced is love." Jiang Ruan nodded. Jieji liking eldest brother is Jieji's business. Jieji's temperament is naturally firm. She said indifferently, "It's just that I don't know when eldest brother gets married, will Jieji still have no regrets like today?" "Ruan Mimi, are you really so heartless?" Dong Yinger said with difficulty. Jiang Ruan's eyes were gorgeous and her expression was calm. She said, "Yes." Chapter 135. As they left the capital, governors Fu, Lu Zhu, and Tian Zhu did not dare to ask a single question. Jiang Ruan had treated Dong Yinger very coldly just now, as if all the feelings they had in the past did not exist at all. In the end, Dong Yinger's expression was very unsightly. She feared that from now on, she would become estranged from Jiang Ruan. However, Jiang Ruan did not take this matter to heart at all. She had no obligation to Dong Yinger. Now, she could only help Dong Yinger think it through herself. Between Jiang Xing and Dong Yinger, she had to put Jiang Xing first. After leaving the capital magistrate's Fu, it was still early. She had not entered the palace to see Empress Dowager Ida for a long time. A few days ago, Yang Gugu, who served the Empress Dowager, sent someone to deliver a message, telling her to go to the palace. Seeing that it was still early, she ordered the carriage to turn around and go straight to the palace. The palace was busy with the selection of female concubines. Along the way, she saw the instructors assigning names on the register. Jiang Dan's name was also on it. Jiang Ruan smiled and walked towards the palace of compassionate and peaceful. When she walked to the corner of a long corridor, she saw a familiar figure standing in the flower bed next to the corridor. It was Princess Hei. Princess Hei was followed by a few palace maids, who were leaning over to talk to another person. As she walked in, she heard Princess Hei continuously say, "Just a lowly spawn of a lowly palace maid. Does he really think that he is a member of the royal family? Humph, whether he can grow up safely is still unknown. Today, this princess will hit him, so what?" The little person who was pointed at and scolded by Princess Hei silently lowered his head, as if he was extremely afraid, and shrank behind the palace maid. That palace maid was also timid. She kept nodding and bowing to Princess Hei to apologize. Jiang Ruan's gaze slightly froze. When she saw the little figure, she could not help but tremble and almost stiffen on the spot. She rarely got emotional. At this moment, Tian Zhu and Lu Zhu saw her like this. Puzzled, she looked towards the little person. She saw that it was only a boy of 3 or 4 years old, but he was dressed very simply. If one were to look carefully, they could see that although the material of the clothes was gorgeous, the workmanship was not very exquisite. The child's skin was delicate, and it was easy for such rough sewing to chafe the skin. The child's face was pale and he seemed to be malnourished, but he was very delicate and cute. She just tightly held on to the corner of the palace maid's clothes, her expression extremely timid. His status wasn't low, but his expression didn't seem like that of a proper noble. Furthermore, if he really was the son of a minister, it would be too rude of him to scold and insult Princess Yi like that. Just now, Princess Yi's son of the royal family was heard by everyone. Dewdrop was puzzled. Could it be a young prince? But the way the little prince was treated, he couldn't even be compared to a servant of the royal family. Jiang Ruan stared unblinkingly at that child, and it was as if there were raging waves in her heart. That child was none other than Pei Er. In her previous life, not long after this, she entered the palace. After she was bestowed the title of a beauty, she accidentally saw Pei Er. At that time, the emperor was also present, so he simply handed Pei Er over to her to raise. In the depths of the palace, it was very lonely. This child's life experience was pitiful, but he was very sensible. The mother and son depended on each other for survival, seeking joy in the midst of hardship. Now that she thought about it, it was the happiest period of time since entering the palace in her previous life. In her mind, the last moments of her previous life, when she was made into a human swine and placed in a wooden basin, she saw with her own eyes that Li Dong had played with Pei Er. Pei Er's mournful cries still seemed to echo in her ears. Jiang Yuan closed her eyes deeply, and when she opened them again, they were already clear and bright. In this life, Li Dong was long dead, and the Prime Minister's Fu no longer existed. She did not enter the palace, so Pei would not have to accept such a tragic ending. She slowly walked forward and smiled. What is Princess He doing? Princess He was originally scolding Xian Pei, so naturally, she did not notice Jiang Yuan. At this moment, when she saw Jiang Yuan, she was first stunned, then a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Princess He was dressed in red today, which was Jiang Yuan's favorite color. Princess He was born with a bit of an exotic charm, and this color also made her seem a bit warm and bold. However, because Jiang Yuan was still observing the mourning period, she could not wear gorgeous clothes. Today, she was wearing a light green plain robe. The plainer the robe, the more beautiful it was, the more beautiful it was. She was delicate and beautiful, and even more, had a kind of charm that could make people move their eyes away. As long as it was a woman, when they saw someone with outstanding beauty, they would always compare, especially Princess He, who Jiang Yuan did not get along with. Seeing that her attire was inferior to Jiang Yuan's, she immediately felt a burst of anger. She said, Jiang Yuan, could it be that you want to meddle in other people's business? This matter is not for you to worry about. The surrounding palace maids all lowered their heads. Everyone knew that Princess He and Hong and Princess had always been at odds, but these two princesses were not people to be trifled with. Xian Pei, who was originally hiding behind the palace maid, seemed to be startled by Jiang Yuan's sudden appearance. He hid behind the palace maid and stared at Jiang Yuan without blinking. Jiang Yuan did not look at Xian Pei, but only smiled and said, I will naturally not care about these matters. I want to go see Imperial Grandmother. She glanced at Princess He lightly and said, these matters, Imperial Grandmother will naturally take care of. You dash, Princess He said angrily, you dare to threaten me. What Jiang Yuan meant was that she wanted to tell everything that had happened here to Empress Dowager Ida. If Princess He was said to be unruly because of the Emperor's love, then Empress Dowager Ida was an existence that she had always been afraid of. This was because Empress Dowager Ida had an eccentric temperament and was not close to others. Jiang Yuan's relationship with Empress Dowager Ida was even closer than the relationship between her own granddaughter and Empress Dowager Ida. Every time she thought of this, Princess He was full of anger. Empress Dowager Ida was a person who adhered to the rules. If Empress Dowager Ida knew that she had hit and scolded Xian Pei, she would definitely punish her severely. This is not a threat. Jiang Yuan smiled, but I think that Princess is also not afraid, is it not? You dash, Princess He could not wait to tear Jiang Yuan into pieces. In the past, according to her temperament, she would not care about anything and make a big fuss. However, ever since Imperial concubine Chen lost her power and was banished to the cold palace, apart from the Empress, the remaining 3 concubines had begun to compete for the Emperor's favor again. In addition, a new batch of beauties was about to enter the palace. Empress Xu wanted to fight for the Emperor's favor and had constantly warned her not to cause trouble. Especially towards Jiang Yuan, she must remember not to openly clash with her. Today, she was in a bad mood. When she passed by this place, she happened to meet the most unfavored 13th prince, Xian Pei, who was brought out by a palace maid to bask in the sun. Xian Pei was holding a handful of mud in his hands and accidentally fell in front of her. The mud dirted the corner of her skirt. In a fit of anger, Princess He hit Xian Pei. Just as she was scolding him, she did not expect to meet Jiang Wan, this malignant star. Although she hated Jiang Wan in her heart, Princess He had learned to be more obedient after being taught a few lessons. In the end, she did not dare to continue scolding Jiang Wan in front of her. She scolded, "Bad luck." Then she threatened Xian Pei, "She can't always stay in the palace to protect you." She then left in a huff with the palace maid. After Princess He had left, Jiang Wan smiled and looked at the child behind the palace maid. There was a red handprint on Xian Pei's fair face. It was obvious who had done it. Perhaps Xian Pei had been frightened by Princess He, but his eyes were filled with tears, so red that it made one's heart ache. Lu Zhu was a person who took pity on children. She immediately squatted down in front of Xian Pei and took out a handkerchief to wipe the dirt on his face. She asked, "Is the little prince all right?" She did not know which prince this was. She only felt that Xian Pei looked pitiful and cute, so she simply called him the little prince. 13th Prince. Jiang Wan replied. "How did Miss know?" Lu Zhu asked in surprise. Xian Pei looked at Lu Zhu. Seeing this, the palace maid hurriedly said, "This servant sees that His Highness 13th Prince seems to like Princess very much." Jiang Wan glanced at her coldly, and her tone suddenly turned cold. "Kneel." The palace maid was startled, and when she met Jiang Ruan's gaze, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Without saying anything, she knelt down. Lu Zhu's face was full of disdain. Just now, they had clearly seen that this palace maid was the 13th prince's personal palace maid, but she did not know how to protect her master. Not only did she let that overbearing and willful Princess He take care of her own little master, she even kept bowing and fawning over him. She probably did not even put her own master in her eyes. As a personal servant, it was really a great sin. Jiang Wan said indifferently, "Is this how you take care of His Highness 13th Prince?" The palace maid's body trembled, and she fiercely kowtowed. "Princess, spare my life. This servant will not dare to do it again. This servant knows her mistake. Princess, spare my life." Lu Zhu's eyes widened in curiosity. She was so afraid of Jiang Wan, as if Jiang Wan was a very scary person. "I will not punish you." Jiang Wan said indifferently, "It's just that from today onwards, if His Highness 13th Prince has any mishaps, you don't need to live anymore. If there is one palm print on his body, there will be 1,000 on yours. If he suffers one injury, you will suffer the same injury 1,000 times." Her tone was flat, but the palace maid shivered for no reason. She felt as if she had heard a voice from the depths of hell. She was startled for a moment before she understood. She fiercely kowtowed a few more times to Jiang Wan. "This servant thanks Princess for the punishment." Jiang Wan looked at the child who had been peeking at her. Xian Pei stared at her and shyly smiled at her. His watery black eyes almost made her heart soften. She wanted to step forward and embrace him, just like in her past life. But in the end, she only took out a small blue porcelain bottle from her bosom. It was the elixir that Xiao Xiao had given her when Jiang Quan had beaten her previously. She stuffed the bottle into Xian Pei's hands and instructed the palace maid, "Remember to apply this to His Highness once a day." She paused, then added, "Remember what I said." The palace maid hurriedly nodded. In her heart, she was puzzled and rejoiced. She did not know why Hong and Junju was so heartbroken about His Highness. But if she was sincere, she did not do anything particularly intimate with His Highness. The same doubts existed in Tianzhu and Lu Zhu's hearts, but Jiang Wan did not give them time to speculate. She said to the palace maid, "Take His Highness back." The palace maid hurriedly bowed to Jiang Wan and left with Xian Pei. Xian Pei was led away by the palace maid by the hand. He could not help but turn back to look at Jiang Wan. His small figure seemed particularly pitiful. "Since you are helping him, why are you so cold to him?" A low male voice came from behind. Jiang Ruan turned her head. Lu Min was dressed in a blue official's robe. She did not know how long he had been standing there. Tian Zhu frowned slightly. She was a martial artist, and Lu Min's concealment skills were not very good. She had long discovered Lu Min, but he had not come out for a long time. She had thought that it was some eunuch or palace maid eavesdropping. She had not expected it to be Lu Min. The relationship between Lu Min and Jiang Ruan was subtle. Tian Zhu naturally sided with her young master, so Lu Min was not very welcome. When Lu Min saw Jiang Ruan turn around, he was slightly stunned. He had always seen Jiang Ruan in bright red clothes, and she was in high spirits. But today, for the first time, she was wearing a green robe. Lu Min himself loved green. Moreover, when Jiang Ruan wore it, it was the same color as him. Lu Min did not know what he was thinking until Jiang Ruan said, "It was just a matter of convenience. There is no need to talk about feelings." This meant that she had helped the 13th prince, Xian Pei, out of trouble today. She had done it unintentionally. When she saw Xian Pei again in the future, there would not be any special feelings between them. Such words were a little too cold. Moreover, when Lu Min saw that scene, he had already determined that Hong and Junju was a kind person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He only thought that Jiang Ruan had said those words out of shyness. He said, "Not everyone is willing to offend Junju He for the sake of an unfavored prince. Even if it was just a matter of convenience, Hong and Junju is still very righteous." Lu Min had long heard of Xian Pei's status in the palace. The 13th prince was born of a lowly background. His birth mother was only a palace maid whom the emperor had unintentionally visited. Moreover, she had died on the day she gave birth to the 13th prince. The palace had practically abandoned him as he grew up. It was natural for him to grow up with such a timid appearance. The servants in the palace were not very respectful to the 13th prince, and even bullied and humiliated him in secret. He did not expect that today, Jiang Ruan would stand up for the 13th prince, whom she had never met before. Lu Min had the loftiness of a scholar in his bones, and he greatly appreciated Jiang Ruan's actions. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly. "Grand Tutor Lu thinks too highly of me. However, the 13th prince is still my brother in name. Even if he is a bastard son in the Fu, he cannot be casually beaten or scolded. Commoners are like this, so the imperial family must pay even more attention to the rules." The 13th prince was considered a bastard son, so he was beaten and scolded in the palace. In the Jiang Fu, when Zhao Mei was still around, Jiang Chao and Jiang Su Su were also bastard sons, but their lives were even more comfortable than hers, the D daughter. People were so different from each other. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruan's eyes darkened. Sensing a flash of hostility from Jiang Ruan, Lu Min was somewhat surprised. However, he recalled that when Jiang Ruan had been wrongly accused of poisoning old Jiang Madam and imprisoned, her biological father, Jiang Quan, had not visited her even once. At that time, he had been anxious, so he had gone to look for the emperor. Lu Min could still remember the way the emperor looked at him. The emperor looked at him half jokingly, half seriously. "Beloved official Lu, since you care so much about Hong and Junju, how about we give her to you?" At that time, Lu Min had panicked and refused without a second thought. Later, when he thought about this matter again, he could not help but ponder deeply. It seemed that ever since he knew that the person was Jiang Ruan, Lu Min would think of this special woman from time to time. Even the crown prince would occasionally see him and ask, "Grand Tutor, you have no appetite all day. Do you have a sweetheart?" Now that he saw Jiang Ruan standing in front of him, a sour feeling welled up in Lu Min's heart. He could not tell what this feeling was. He said somewhat hesitantly, "This official admires Junju very much. Grand Tutor Lu overpraises me." Jiang Ruan's attitude was still gentle, but she also rejected people from 1,000 miles away. Lu Min suddenly felt a trace of disappointment in himself. He was able to write magnificent essays and come up with outstanding national policies, but he did not know how to converse with this woman who had once been his bosom friend. It seemed that no matter how much he spoke, Jiang Ruan's attitude was still indifferent. Lu Zhu's eyes turned and looked at Lu Min. She thought to herself, this person is a grand tutor, why does he have the image of a bookworm? Silly and silly. Tian Zhu frowned. Her young master did not like Lu Min getting close to Jiang Ruan. She was very clear about this. The embroidered uniform guards were still hoping for a young madam, how could they let a grand tutor snatch her away? Moreover, from the perspective of a personal maid, Jiang Ruan's temperament was definitely not one that a grand tutor who only knew about national policies and essays could grasp. How could Grand Tutor Lu, who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, protect Jiang Ruan? Tian Zhu said in a low voice, Miss, the hour has passed for a long time. The Empress Dowager. Jiang Ruan nodded and smiled at Lu Min, Grand Tutor Lu, I still have to go to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, so I will take my leave first. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lu Min's eyes as he said, in that case, farewell. Jiang Ruan turned and followed Tian Zhu in the opposite direction. Lu Min stood behind her for a moment before he patted his head in annoyance and left gloomily. When they arrived at the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, Gugu Yang breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Ruan. She looked inside and said, the Empress Dowager is not very happy today. Junju, please comfort her. I know. Jiang Ruan nodded. Entering the room, she saw Empress Dowager Ida leaning on the warm and thick 9 children continuous fortune couch, her long ruby armor scraping against the edge of the couch. The edge of the couch was made of agarwood, and when the armor scraped against it, it made a slight screeching sound. Empress Dowager Ida frowned tightly and looked depressed. Jiang Ruan smiled and walked over, her steps extremely light. Empress Dowager Ida heard the sound and turned around. When she saw Jiang Ruan, she was slightly stunned, as if she had fallen into a distant memory. Unconsciously, she said softly, Yuan Rong, Imperial Grandmother. Jiang Ruan opened her mouth. Seemingly awakened by Jiang Ruan's words, Empress Dowager Ida abruptly returned to her senses and helplessly patted her forehead, I'm really old, and my eyes are blurred. On the small table in front of her was a painting. The painting was of an endless grassland and desert, and a setting sun slowly descended from the sky, illuminating the entire painting with its blood-red glow. In the distance, a group of camels leisurely passed by, and it seemed that the sound of camel bells could be heard. Jiang Ruan raised her eyebrows slightly. The painting was actually of the southern frontier. Empress Dowager Ida noticed Jiang Ruan's gaze and sighed, as if she was extremely tired and no longer had the strength to speak. She only said, Hong'an, sit with me for a while. Jiang Ruan gently replied, yes. Chapter 136. I know. Dong Furen talked to me and hoped that I could persuade Jiejie not to spend her mind on unrealistic things. Looking at Jiang Su's back, Zhao Jin asked curiously, that's not the direction of the West Garden, what does your second sister want to do? Don't worry about her. Jiang Ruan said. Jiang Su had been staying in the Fu these days and was anxious every day. Today, she must have dressed up meticulously. She wore a silvery blue lily dress with a unique cut that accentuated her slim and graceful figure. Her long hair was tied into a ginseng wan bun with a colored glass hairpin inserted diagonally. It was simple and refined. Moreover, it seemed that her charm had improved a little. Every move she made had lost that layer of frivolity and revealed a unique charm. She attracted people's gazes and made them feel that she was a fairy from the 9th heaven. A corner of the curtain of the carriage was lifted and Shenrou smiled, 2 young ladies, why don't you get on the carriage? Jiang Su smiled gently, second aunt overpraises us. Yuya frowned and glanced at Jiang Ruan. In the end, she still followed Shenro. As Jiang Su watched, a deep hatred gradually formed in her eyes. The three of them left the main hall and Jiang Su said to Jiang Ruan, "De Jiejie and Miss Zhao must have a lot to talk about. Sun Yang will leave first." Naturally, she was unwilling to stay together with Jiang Ruan. Jiang Ruan had always outshone her, so how could she be willing to do so? Moreover, she still wanted to go to the West Garden to see those youths. She did not believe that with her beauty, she could not get a few more ministers under her skirt. Jiang Ruan did not care about the chrysanthemum banquet and continued to do what she had to do every day. Tianzhu was gratified to see her like this and thought that the young master's painstaking efforts were not in vain. If this well-raised cabbage was wasted by another pig, the young master would definitely be angry when he returned to the capital. Of course, Jiang Ruan was not a cabbage, and the young master was even more so. So what? Zhao Jin sighed, "Ing and I grew up together. Her mind is simple and does not understand much. However, does Ruan Mimi know who the person in Ing's heart is?" Jiang Ruan's gaze swept over and she saw that there was another person in the carriage. He was slightly taken aback, but when he boarded the carriage, he realized that the person was none other than the second madam of the Xia clan, Yuya. "Hey, aren't you afraid that if something happens, people will say that it's the Jiang Fu's fault?" Zhao Jin was even more puzzled. If she had followed her brothers here, her parents would definitely have warned her. Her brothers would say that they would represent the entire family's reputation when they went out, and they would never let them lose face outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to blame their own family. It's just as well. I don't want to either. Zhao Jin was amused when she heard this. I knew that Sister Ruan and I were on the same side. Let's go, let's find a secluded place and have a good talk. As he spoke, he pulled Jiang Ruan and walked in the opposite direction of the chrysanthemum garden. In fact, Jiang Ruan could not be blamed. When Empress Dowager Ida asked the Ce Palace to make clothes, they would often make some for Jiang Ruan. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the amount of cloth the palace gave to the princess. Although Jiang Quan had many good things in his hands, they could not be compared to the tributes from the palace. In addition, Jiang Ruan had stayed in the palace for so many years in her previous life. Naturally, her every action was influenced by the habits of the palace. This habit could not be learned in a short period of time. Others did not know of her past and would only say that she was born with a graceful bearing. Miss is not competing for beauty. Bai Ji said, Lianqing is also quite good, dignified. If it was the usual chrysanthemum banquet, the Jiang Fu would be extremely lively. There was Xia Yan, who was managing the household, old Jiang Madam, who was instructing everyone to follow the rules, second Yinyang, who was buying jewelry everywhere, and Hong Ying, who was as beautiful as a fairy. Jiang Li was as domineering as ever, and Jiang Su was smiling and acting like a fairy who was above the common people. Jiang Dan timidly and cautiously fawned over her. There was no lack of women in the Jiang Fu. The house was full of beauties and rouge, and naturally, there were countless charming and gentle romantic scenes. As Zhao Jin walked, she said to Jiang Ruan, I have not seen for a long time. A few days ago, I met the capital governor's wife. She said that has fallen ill and cannot go out to catch a cold. I wonder if she is feeling better now. They traveled all the way to the Fu of the county governor's wife. In the end, nothing happened. When they alighted from the carriage, the servants waiting outside came forward to welcome them. As she led them in, the main hall was indeed already filled with a group of furins and madams. The young ladies were all in the courtyard admiring the chrysanthemums. This county governor's wife was a flower lover, so she had set aside a large area in the Fu to plant flowers. It was spacious enough for those youths to discuss or exchange pointers in the courtyard. What she did not know was that the art of seduction was effective on men, but those present were the furins of official families, so why would they care about whether someone was good-looking or not? Jiang Yuan was now Hong and Junju, and behind her was the general's Fu. Above her was her big brother, the god of war. Those who had sons were all calculating whether or not they could marry Jiang Yuan back home as a daughter-in-law. Jiang Yuan was born noble, but she was born a little too beautiful. However, that noble air of hers suppressed her charm, revealing a bit of grandeur that she did not have. When the madams of official families chose their daughters-in-law, their appearances were all second-rate. Even if Jiang Yuan was born without a trace of beauty, in the eyes of these Furins, she would still be in high demand. Perhaps Jiang Quan had finally realized that the 2D daughters in his Fu had already reached the age of engagement. Putting aside Jiang Yuan for the time being, Jiang Su Su was the apple of Jiang Quan's eye. Naturally, he wanted to find a good husband for her. This time, he also invited the eldest grandmother of the Xiahou Fu, Shenrou, to bring Jiang Yuan along. Hearing this, it was indeed Lin Zixiang's world-shocking temperament. It was just that she did not know how many times Lin Darren would have a headache. The two of them had already arrived at a secluded area. Jiang Yuan asked, "Has Zhao Jijia ever thought of finding a family?" The scorching hot summer day had finally come to an end. In the blink of an eye, it was the beginning of autumn. The sun had long since dissipated the vicious heat of the earlier days, and had become somewhat mild. Occasionally, there were a few wisps of extremely cool wind. In the small flower bed outside the Ruanju, the unknown little white daisies that had been randomly planted had also bloomed. The golden chrysanthemum banquet was approaching. Jiang Yuan smiled, "I don't know." With great difficulty, she had finished tidying up. A servant girl came to inform her that the carriage of the Xiahou Fu was already waiting outside the Fu. Shenrou had indeed arrived early to pick her up. Jiang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when she saw Jiang Su Su, who was dressed in plain clothes. Because it was not yet the morning period, Baiji had picked out a set of green clothes for Jiang Yuan. Lian Qiao said, "It's a pity that Mrs. Color is lacking. Originally, bright red would have been the best. No one can compare." The golden chrysanthemum banquet was a custom of the great Jin dynasty. During the beginning of autumn, many chrysanthemums would bloom. Hosted by the governor's wife, she would invite the youthful girls of the capital for a small gathering while the youths would chat and interact on the other side. Although on the surface, it looked like a small gathering, in reality, it was just the matrons of the various families looking for a son-in-law and daughter-in-law. The great Jin dynasty could be considered to be open-minded. There had once been a young man and woman who had met at the golden chrysanthemum banquet. In the end, they had become a happy marriage, which had become a much-told story. Speaking of chrysanthemums, a trace of impatience flashed across Zhao Jin's face. She was the daughter of a military family, so naturally, she did not like flowers and plants. She also did not have the same sentiments as other unmarried young girls. As for the group of women in the courtyard who were ostensibly admiring the flowers, they were actually competing with each other in terms of beauty and beauty. They were so noisy that it gave her a headache. If her mother had not insisted that she come, Zhao Jin would never have wanted to come. Jiang Yuan raised her eyes to look at her. Xia Jiaojiao's portrait had already been sent to the palace, so there was no need for her to participate in this kind of occasion. As Jiang Chao became more and more prideful in front of Xianli, Xia Cheng seemed to have realized something. In addition, Xia Hofu was in the wrong regarding Xia Yan's matter, so he gradually eased up his relationship with the Jiang Fu and acted as if nothing had happened. If this compliment had come from Shenrou's mouth, there would have been no problem. However, it had come from the sharp and unkind Yuya. Moreover, Yuya and Jiang Chao were like fire and water. In the end, it was a little too strange. Wen Fei Fei had also come from a martial school, and was now at the age where she should get married. Jiang Yuan asked, "How is Lin Jijie?" However, the young men were in the west garden, while the young women were in the east courtyard. If there were any who sneaked over to take a look, it would not be mentioned. As long as they did not do anything out of line, others could only pretend not to know. On this day, the young people were always exceptionally tolerant. The governor's wife probably had the same idea. She had 2 sons, and now that they were in their 20s, it was also time for them to marry. The more she looked at Jiang Ruan, the more satisfied she was. She was about to say a few more words when she heard a clear and melodious voice behind her. "Ruan, Mimi, I have been waiting for you for a long time." The governor's wife stood up to greet them. Her gaze fell on Jiang Ruan, and she could not help but brighten up. She said, "Hong and Juanju's temperament is indeed heavenly, it really makes one jealous of Jiang Darren." Jiang Ruan raised her eyes to see Zhao Jin walking over from her seat and winking at her. Jiang Ruan nodded. Zhao Jin came forward to hold her hand and said to the governor's wife, "Furan, Ruan, Mimi and I will go to the courtyard to look at the chrysanthemums. Such beautiful chrysanthemums, Ruan, Mimi has not seen them yet." Jiang Ruan was about to comfort her when she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the depths of the peach forest in the secluded garden. The sound was extremely soft, and if Zhao Jin had not coincidentally lowered her voice, the sound would have been drowned out. Jiang Ruan smiled faintly and did not reply. She only looked at Yuya indifferently. There were 2 grandmothers in the Xia Ho Fu. The eldest grandmother, Shenro, was a smiling tiger. She treated everyone with a gentle and amiable appearance, and she was also born beautiful. Just by looking at Xia Jiaojiao's appearance, one could tell what kind of personality this eldest grandmother had in private. On the other hand, the second grandmother, Yuya, was harsh and acerbic. Second Master Xia's reputation for being a dissolute womanizer was well known. If this second grandmother had not borne him a son, it was likely that second Master Xia would have long ago abolished her with a letter of divorce. The servants in the Fu were the most sensitive to these changes. In just a few short years, the Jiang Fu seemed to have changed its appearance. These children who had lived in the Jiang Fu since they were young faintly had a thought in their hearts. The Jiang Fu had been a splendid bouquet of flowers for decades, but perhaps in the near future, it would be reduced to dust like the women of the Jiang Fu. Under Jiang Ruan's gaze, Yuya averted her eyes and said to Jiang Su, "Second Miss will definitely amaze everyone today." When Jiang Ruan saw her expression, she knew what she was thinking and could not help but smile faintly. "I don't want to." Perhaps it was because this chrysanthemum banquet was extremely important, but Jiang Su shut herself in her room all day. Occasionally, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard from Su Xin Yuan, which could be considered elegant and pleasant to listen to. However, the few maidservants in Ruanju did not think much of it. Xia Yan was suffering in the temple, but as a daughter, she still had the mood to attend these troublesome banquets. In the past, Xia Yan had always thought of Jiang Su's interests, but who would have thought that this daughter of hers was an ingrate? Early in the morning, Jiang Ruan had been helped by Bai Ji and Lian Qiao to freshen up. Today, the heavens were willing to grant her a favor. The sun had risen slightly, and it was comfortably warm, but there was not the slightest hint of summer heat. The cool breeze was the most suitable for admiring flowers. If Jiang Su went to the chrysanthemum banquet, if Jiang Ruan did not go, it would definitely attract gossip. In addition, Jiang Ruan's name was also on the invitation card of the prefectural governor's wife, so she went together with Shenro. Zixiang Zhao Jin said with a smile, "She has a stubborn temperament. She should have come today, but she had a big fight with Lin Darren in the Fu. She said that she must not learn from that pedantic style, and that if she wants to find a good man, it must be a good man that she has set her eyes on." Jiang Ruan was slightly startled, but Zhao Jin had already let go of her. She looked into the distance with some sadness. "I have a body full of martial arts, and can also go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, but I am unable to share the burden of father's burden. I am really ashamed." Jiang Ruan lowered her eyes. Dong Furan had indeed concealed the matter of Dong Yinger. Now that Dong Yinger's portrait had been sent to the palace, it was also hidden from everyone. Speaking of this matter, Zhao Jin still had some doubts. Why did she suddenly fall ill? I heard that the engagement between third young master Chang and Ning was also dissolved. At first, I thought that the Chang family disliked Ning Er's weak body, so I wanted to find Chang'an for an explanation, but I heard that Zhao Jin had a carefree temperament, but she suddenly stopped speaking, as if she had realized that she had said something serious. Looking up at Jiang Ruan, she saw Jiang Ruan's smiling appearance, and probingly asked, "You know?" Seeing Jiang Ruan come out, Jiang Su also looked at Jiang Ruan. Jiang Ruan had not worn red clothes for a long time, and today, she had chosen a lotus blue plain embroidered coat skirt. Lotus blue was already a selective color, and it made her complexion even fairer. Her eyes were deep and beautiful, and the solemn color added a layer of royal nobility that others did not have. Noble and natural, as if she was born to be a high and mighty princess. Shenrou looked at Jiang Ruan, and then looked at Jiang Su. She covered her mouth and giggled, "Old Master Shangshu is really lucky, both young ladies are like jade and flowers." Jiang Su was ignored just like that, and anger suddenly rose in her heart. However, she found that most of the people in the hall had their gazes on Jiang Ruan. For a moment, she was somewhat suspicious, suspecting that her charm had regressed. Otherwise, why was everyone not looking at her, but at Jiang Ruan? However, the past was fleeting like flowing water, as if those charming and beautiful figures were nothing more than a dream. Now, the Jiang Fu only had one pregnant Yang, but it was as if she had changed her temperament. She no longer talked about romance, only worrying about trivial matters, and no longer had the lightness of the past. As for the rest of the people, they were either dead or crazy. The enormous Jiang Fu was actually so empty and desolate that it made one feel lonely and desolate, showing signs of desolation. That's right, Yuya also opened her mouth for the first time. Junju looks even more peerless than 3 years ago. Jiang Su also smiled, "Good. Me?" Zhao Jin shook her head. "I don't want to be like that unmarried woman, following her husband after getting married, and spending all day in the mansion dealing with trivial matters. I only want to be like my father and brother, go into battle, kill the enemy, and protect the people of the great Jin dynasty." That day, until the end, Empress Dowager Ida still did not say anything. Jiang Ruan sensitively felt that Empress Dowager Ida must be hiding a secret in her heart, just like that inexplicable picture of the southern border. However, Empress Dowager Ida did not seem to have any intention of telling her this secret. In her previous life, she had stayed in the palace for many years, but had never heard of Empress Dowager Ida's secret. Presumably, even Xianli did not know. These words did not seem like something a woman would say, but Zhao Jin, who had always been raised by her father and brother to be like a tomboy, had a bit of heroism. Zhao Jin seemed to think of something, and her expression darkened as she shook her head. "It's just that." Zhao Jin sighed, "I only hope that she will understand soon. Also, Fei Fei's family has already chosen a husband, and they will marry after the new year. They can be considered a well-matched match, a military general in the capital." Jiang Ruan smiled faintly. Zhao Jin's life was pure and sincere. If the Jiang Fu really collapsed because of Jiang Su, that would be a good thing. If she was crazy, she would take the initiative to clean up the mess for Jiang Su and save the Jiang Fu's face. Tianjin seems to have colluded with the southern border. The southern border has sent reinforcements. These days, the war situation is tense, and His Majesty has issued an absolute order to increase the number of troops. Zhao Jin whispered into her ear, "My father has received a secret edict from His Majesty, and in a few days, he will be going to war. Tianjin is a vast country, and I am really afraid that something will happen." Jiang Ruan nodded. Zhao Jin thought for a moment, then leaned close to her and said, "Ruan Mimi, you and I hit it off well, so I will tell you a secret. You must not tell anyone about this." Jiang Su was naturally happy again, and when she met Jiang Ruan in the Fu, she often deliberately brought up this matter. Jiang Ruan barked like a mad dog, and Jiang Su came down a few times to see that Jiang Ruan was indifferent, so she became dispirited and simply did not bring it up again. She concentrated on preparing for the chrysanthemum banquet. Seeing that Jiang Ruan did not speak, Zhao Jin did not continue this topic. She only looked at her and said, "You are really broad-minded. Speaking of which, we have not seen each other for a long time. I would like to talk to you." She looked outside and asked, "Do you want to see chrysanthemums?" The prefectural governor's wife's words were stuck in her throat. Shenrou suddenly laughed and smoothed things over, "I also want to talk to madam. Young girls should go to the courtyard and play by themselves. Su, you should also follow. If there was anything special, it would be that in the war between Tianjin and the Great Jin Dynasty, the Great Jin Dynasty was originally fighting bravely. Seeing that Tianjin was about to be defeated, for some unknown reason, Tianjin suddenly came back from the brink of death. Unexpectedly, with some unknown ability, they managed to resist Tianjin's final blow. The war situation was once again in a deadlock. At that time, the enmity between the Xiahou Fu and the Jiang Fu was because of Xia Jun. When this happened, Yuya hated Jiang Su very much, but the Xia family were not fools. As long as they thought about it, they would be able to figure out who the mastermind was. Because of her, Xia Jun could not enter the officialdom. Yuya was already very tolerant by not killing her. Chapter 137. Zhao Jin was trained in martial arts, so her hearing was slightly better than Jiang Ruan's. She was also paying attention to the movements within. She glanced at Jiang Ruan, made a gesture, and then quietly walked forward. Jiang Ruan indicated for Tianzhu to follow Zhao Jin's side, in order to avoid any mishaps. They tried their best to lighten their footsteps. Just as they were about to turn the corner, they heard a woman's tender voice shout, You are shameless." Another voice rang out. It was a man's voice, and it seemed to be filled with anger and confusion. "You're the one who's strange. Why are you taking off your clothes in front of me? Shameless." Zhao Jin and Jiang Ruan glanced at each other before they carefully pushed aside the dense foliage in front of them. They saw a man and a woman in the forest with their backs facing them. That man should be the young man who came to the chrysanthemum banquet today. Looking at his attire, he should be the young master of some family. However, the woman was very unfamiliar. Her clothes were pulled up to her shoulders, revealing her fair skin. She really looked a little embarrassed. "It's the Guo fifth Miss, Guo Meng, the Shu daughter of the assistant minister's family." Zhao Jin whispered into Jiang Ruan's ear, "Today, she came together with her older sister." "You." The fifth daughter of the Guo family sounded as if she was about to cry, "You humiliated me, and now you're still saying this. I don't have the face to see anyone, I'd rather die." She stood up and slammed her head into the tree. The young man was shocked and quickly reached out to pull her. He was almost pulled down by her and said anxiously, "This is a misunderstanding. How can the men of my Zhao family be such shameless people as you said?" He turned around and revealed a familiar face. The people hiding behind the trees could see it clearly. It was the third young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Feizhou. Zhao Feizhou was no more than a teenager. His face was flushed, but there was no sign of guilt on his face, only anger. Zhao Jin saw it clearly and nudged Jiang Ruan, "Ruan Mimi, I'm afraid that there's something fishy about this matter." Jiang Ruan raised her eyebrows. Naturally, there was something fishy going on. The fifth miss of the Guo family kept saying that Zhao Feizhou had insulted her, but she hadn't even tidied up her clothes. If the daughter of a good family was really humiliated, she would at least pull up her clothes. This woman, on the other hand, seemed to be afraid that others couldn't see her skin. Moreover, among the three young masters of the Zhao family, Zhao Yi was steady and resolute, while Zhao Yulong inherited Zhao Yuanping's temperament and was resourceful. Only Zhao Feizhou didn't inherit Zhao Yuanfeng's craftiness, but instead inherited his father's impatience. Moreover, he didn't have any schemes. If someone really wanted to plot against the Zhao family, it would be strange if they didn't look for Zhao Feizhou. Zhao Feizhou was now 17 or 18 years old, the right age to marry a wife. As for the fifth daughter of the Guo family, she was originally a concubine's daughter, so naturally, she would not be able to enter the general's residence. But if Zhao Feizhou insulted her, she would have to marry him no matter what. Wouldn't Guo Meng get what she wanted? It was just that. How could a concubine's daughter have such courage? A harsh face appeared in Jiang Ruan's mind. Third young master Zhao, are you trying to be irresponsible? Guo Meng sobbed, today, I originally came with Jiejie to participate in the chrysanthemum banquet, how could? She paused, third young master Zhao, if you are not willing to take responsibility, then Meng-er's life will be ruined. What's the point of living? Jiang Ruan looked around and saw that there was a small house not far away. Such a small house built in the garden of the Fu was usually used as a place to relax and rest. If guests came and felt tired from strolling, they could go to the small house in the forest to sit down and drink a cup of tea. Today, there was not a single person outside the small house in the forest, not even a maidservant guarding the door. Jiang Ruan's heart was clear. This fifth daughter of the Guo family was weeping endlessly. With Zhao Feizhou's simple and honest temperament, he was naturally put in a difficult position. Not long after, it could be assumed that the instigator would unintentionally pass by this place and bump into this scandal. Then, Zhao Feizhou would lose all face in front of countless of the capital's nobles, madams, and young ladies. The two grannies of the Zhao family had good and gentle temperaments. No matter how protective they would still be outnumbered. And in front of everyone, someone would force Zhao Feizhou to express his stance to Guo Meng. In the future, Guo Meng would be able to smoothly enter the Zhao family's door. As long as Guo Meng entered the Zhao family would not be able to live in peace in the future. Guo Meng would certainly do her utmost to sow discord in the Zhao family's relationship and even bring disaster to the Zhao family. But this fifth daughter of the Guo family had entered the Zhao family's door in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, Zhao Feizhou had done such a thing to Guo Meng. Guo Meng was like a crystal person. She could not be hit or scolded. With Zhao Guang's temperament, he would probably be so angry that he would go crazy. Not only could she destroy Zhao Feizhou, but she could also cause trouble for the Zhao family. It was a matter of killing many birds with one stone. It would be difficult not to suspect such a thing. Jiang Ruan's eyes narrowed and she asked, what is the background of the fifth daughter of the Guo family? Zhao Jin was stunned and whispered, Assistant Minister's wife is seriously ill. She probably won't live past the new year. Assistant Minister Guo favors his concubine and neglects his wife. Assistant Minister's wife only has one daughter, eldest Guo Mississippi fifth Guo Miss was born from a concubine and has an older brother. These two siblings are tyrannical in the Fu. Poor eldest Guo Miss has to deal with them every day. Today, it was Assistant Minister Guo who allowed fifth Guo Miss to follow. Otherwise, how could a concubine's daughter have the qualifications to attend the chrysanthemum banquet? Jiang Ruan looked down. Unexpectedly, it was another person who favored his concubine and neglected his wife. This fifth Guo Miss was really bold, but, if she had the guts to do something, she had the guts to bear the consequences. She stretched out her hand and pushed aside the branches. Zhao Jin was stunned and held her hand, Ruan Mimi, what are you doing? I'm being a witness for fifth Guo Mississippi. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly. When Guo Meng and Zhao Feizhou heard the commotion, they both turned their heads and were stunned when they saw Jiang Ruan. Zhao Feizhou had not seen Jiang Ruan for the past 3 years. From the young girl's facial features, he finally recognized that this was the beautiful young girl dressed in red, his own cousin. Fifth Guo Miss had never seen Jiang Ruan before. She only saw a charming and beautiful young girl suddenly appear, with a noble elegance that she did not have. Immediately, a layer of jealousy and embarrassment floated in her heart. As a concubine's daughter, what she cared about the most was her identity, which could not be shown in public. Guo Meng was just like Jiang Su. When she saw someone who could be compared to her, she would feel enmity. Therefore, the moment she saw Jiang Ruan, her heart was filled with resentment and she asked, "Who are you?" This Junju was just passing by and happened to see a good show. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly. Junju. Guo Meng was stunned. The young girl in front of her had an extraordinary bearing. Even her own sister had to bow down in front of her. If it was a Junju, could it be? She looked at Jiang Ruan, and 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed down her face. I beg Junju to seek justice for this humble girl. Third young master Zhao has forcibly taken this humble girl's innocence. Jiang Ruan nodded. All right. Zhao Jin and Zhao Feizhou were stunned at the same time. The former did not understand what Jiang Ruan was trying to do, while the latter was furious. Jiang Ruan was, after all, his cousin. How could she believe a stranger? However, Dezhu and Tianzhu stood to the side without batting an eyelid. The longer they followed Jiang Ruan, the more they understood that when Jiang Ruan was gentle, it meant that someone was going to be out of luck. Guo Meng seemed to be extremely embarrassed. She covered her face and sobbed. Just now, I was admiring the chrysanthemums with Jijia in the courtyard. I saw butterflies, and in a moment of playfulness, I followed them. I didn't expect to see third young master Zhao on the road. Third young master Zhao and I talked for a while, and then I sprained my ankle. When third young master Zhao helped me up, he drugged me. When I woke up, she could not continue and could only sob loudly. That's clearly not the case. Zhao Feizhou was so angry that he stomped his feet. You sprained your ankle. I was kind enough to help you up, and you took a handkerchief to wipe my sweat. I don't know why, but I fainted. When I woke up, I was already here. You say that I took your innocence, but I didn't do anything. Thinking of this, Zhao Feizhou felt vexed. Presumably, there must have been some kind of knockout drug on the handkerchief, and he had been tricked at that time. Third young master Zhao's words are so unreasonable. Could it be that I deliberately drugged you so that you could sully my innocence? What good would it do me if word got out? Guo Meng was also eloquent. She turned her head to face Jiang Ruan and sobbed. Junju is a righteous person. You will definitely seek justice for this humble girl. Jiang Ruan squatted down, and her line of sight was level with Guo Meng. She smiled and said, All right, I will seek justice for you. She said softly, then. Has Miss Guo really lost her innocence? This question was very strange. Guo Meng looked at Jiang Ruan suspiciously. Jiang Ruan smiled and looked at her. Her gaze was like a clear and moist spring, but also like a black whirlpool, bottomless. If one looked too deeply into it, they would only feel that there was a huge beast lurking inside, ready to break through the void and swallow them up completely. Under such a gaze, Guo Meng could not help but feel guilty. She lowered her head and mournfully said, Why does Junju ask such a question? Now that such a thing has happened, I am already living a life worse than death. I didn't. Zhao Feizhou still wanted to speak, but Zhao Jin shook her head at him. Jiang Ruan smiled faintly and stood up. In that case, Miss Guo, please don't cry. Later, let the old maid come and examine Miss Guo's body. If you really are not pure, then let third young master Zhao marry you, is that all right? No, I didn't touch her. Without waiting for Guo Meng to speak, Zhao Feizhou jumped up first. Is Junju trying to humiliate me? Panic flashed in Guo Meng's eyes. Immediately, she put on an insulted look and asked with extreme shame and indignation. That's not it, Jiang Ruan said slowly, I just feel that there is some misunderstanding. Since fifth young Miss Gua said that her innocence had been sullied by third young Master Zhao, there should have been blood. But this Junju looked around and did not see any blood. Could it be that third young Master Zhao did not sully fifth young Miss Gua's innocence here? But after that, third young Master Zhao still carried fifth young Miss Gua here. Isn't this superfluous? Or is it to show off third young Master Zhao's good physical strength? As soon as these words came out, the three people present were all dumbstruck. Even Dezhu and Tianzhu, who were used to Jiang Ruan's unexpected actions, could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths. At this moment, Zhao Jin and Zhao Feizhou were thinking the same thing. Jiang Ruan had spoken of such a shameful matter in front of these people. As an unmarried young lady, she had spoken openly and straightforwardly, without the slightest shyness. Her face was so calm that it made people gasp in amazement. It had completely overturned her previous image of a gentle and indifferent young lady from a noble family. Zhao Feizhou's face flushed red, and he almost fainted from the shock of Jiang Ruan's shocking words. His grandmother and several aunts had always praised Jiang Ruan when they talked about her. They only said that she was well-mannered and well-behaved, and that her bearing seemed to have come from a noble family. Who knew that today's actions would make him doubt whether this was really the unmarried cousin that his family members had been talking about? Guomeng was rendered speechless by Jiang Ruan's words. No matter how she thought about it, she had never expected that Jiang Ruan would use such words to block her. Who would have thought that a Junju would keep talking about blood? But blood could not be faked. If she really found an old woman to examine her body, she would have to bear the consequences. Guomeng's expression changed, and she suddenly said, "Is Junju dissatisfied with me? Why do you say such insulting words?" Jiang Ruan's smile was gentle, and she was not the slightest bit angry because of Guomeng's words. Instead, she softly said, "It's not an insult, it's really for fairness. You cannot be biased towards Miss just because you are a woman, and third young Master Zhao cannot suffer a grievance in silence. It's like going to the market to buy goods. You have to let people clearly see whether the goods are in good condition." She compared Guomeng to goods. Suddenly, Guomeng's face turned pale, but Zhao Jin covered her mouth and laughed. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Ruan in such an overbearing manner. She had never known that Jiang Ruan could speak like this. In just a few sentences, she had made fifth Miss Gua so embarrassed that she could not see anyone. Fifth young Miss Gua did not shed any blood, yet you want third young Master Zhao to take responsibility. This is really too strange. Either fifth young Miss Gua is still pure, and the matter just now was just a misunderstanding, or... Jiang Ruan looked at her doubtfully. Could it be that fifth young Miss Gua is no longer a virgin? Zhao Feizhou was amused. He felt that Jiang Ruan was no different from his own second uncle. Her words were gentle, but in reality, she was using a roundabout way to scold people. No matter how Guomeng answered, she was in a bad position. Guomeng was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Although she was a Shu daughter, she had also shamelessly schemed against Zhao Feizhou. In the end, she was still unmarried. She did not expect that Jiang Ruan's every word would leave her speechless. She only felt ashamed and flustered. And now, if she were to admit that this was a misunderstanding, she would certainly be unwilling. But as Jiang Ruan had said, if rumors were to spread that she wasn't innocent, then even if she was in the right, others would naturally look at her differently. In the end, Guomeng could not keep her cool. In a panic, she questioned, "Junju, are you siding with third young Master Zhao because you are related? This is really too unfair. Can the people of the imperial family bully others as they please?" Jiang Ruan laughed, her eyes alarmingly bright. She only said, "I never said that I was related to third young Master Zhao. Why did fifth Miss Gua open your mouth and say that?" Zhao Feizhou's expression became serious, and Zhao Jin also stopped laughing. Although Zhao Feizhou had a straightforward temperament, he was not stupid. When he heard Jiang Ruan's words, he immediately understood that he had been schemed against. He had inherited Zhao Yuanfeng's temperament and naturally had a fiery temper. Just now, he had thought that it was just a misunderstanding, so he did not do anything to Fifth Miss Guo. But now, anger rose in his heart. He took a few steps forward and said, "You dare to scheme against me? I don't understand what Junju is talking about." Guo Meng knew that she had misspoken, so she could only bite the bullet. In her heart, she was extremely vexed. Why was this Hong and Junju more difficult to deal with than the rumor said? Today's matter was about to succeed, but because of her interference, it would be difficult to succeed again. For a moment, she was hateful and angry. Jiang Ruan said indifferently, "Does Fifth Miss Guo not understand? Can this Junju explain on behalf of Fifth Miss Guo?" "Younger sister Wan, what do you want to explain?" Zhao Jin was also very cooperative. "Fifth Miss Guo, the men of the General's Fu are the best. How many young misses of the capital wish to marry into the Zhao family? But if everyone schemed with such clumsy methods, I'm afraid that the General's Fu would already be overcrowded. I really don't understand, where did a Shu daughter get the courage to come to General Shao Xiang's Fu?" Guo Meng's heart skipped a beat, and she raised her eyes to look at Jiang Ruan. She only felt that the young girl was wrapped in a lotus green coat and skirt. Her face was clearly as beautiful as a flower, but for no reason, it was plated with a layer of black sun. It was as if she was a spirit born from the bones of hell, beautiful yet terrifying. "Junju, this is just a misunderstanding," Guo Meng made a prompt decision. As a Shu daughter, she normally understood that she had to steer according to the wind. Seeing that things had already failed, and that Jiang Ruan was not a good person, if she continued to pester her, the one who would suffer would be her. Even if the assistant minister doted on her more than he doted on his own sister, if he knew that she had offended Hong and Junju, he would definitely not let her off. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. Guo Meng forced a smile and said, "There seems to have been some misunderstanding between me and third young Master Zhao. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, it's all right. I wrongly accused third young Master Zhao, I apologize to him." Zhao Feizhou was somewhat angry. He was born in a military family and usually did not have much contact with women. His family's aunts and mothers were all good-natured, and the family home was peaceful. There had never been a case of women scheming against each other in other manners. He had never seen such a brazen and shameless person. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Zhao Jin also said, "Fifth Miss Guo, this apology of yours is really lacking in sincerity." Jiang Ruan looked at Guo Meng and said, "You did not wrongly accuse him." Zhao Feizhou was stunned and looked at Jiang Ruan in confusion. Guo Meng also did not understand what Jiang Ruan meant and stared closely at her expression. Jiang Ruan smiled faintly, "Fifth Miss Guo, has no one ever told you that running away after doing something wrong is very dangerous?" Guo Meng was startled and instinctively had a bad premonition. When she looked at Jiang Ruan's expression again, she could no longer care about anything else and opened her mouth to scream. "Tianzhu, knock her out." Jiang Ruan opened her mouth and said. Just as she finished speaking, before Guo Meng could even cry out, she saw the maidservant, who had been silently standing behind Jiang Ruan, leap up. Guo Meng only felt her vision go black, and she could not see anything. Guo Meng's body fell limply onto the grass. Zhao Jin frowned. Zhao Feizhou asked, "You? What do you want to do?" Jiang Ruan looked at the person on the ground, "I don't have much patience to save you the next time you do something stupid. If you continue like this, the Zhao family will sooner or later be destroyed by you." She sneered, "Tianzhu, take Fifth Miss Guo to watch a show." Chapter 138. Currently, Zhao Feizhou was a hot-blooded and vigorous youth. He had not expected that he would be looked down upon by Jiang Ruan today, and for a moment, he felt somewhat indignant. Jiang Ruan instructed Tian Zhu to throw Guomeng to the side of the rockery next to the pond. Tian Zhu spared no effort and Guomeng's head hit the rockery, causing a trace of blood to flow. Although everyone present was a little surprised, they did not stop him. Zhao Jin hated people who stabbed people in the back the most, let alone Zhao Feizhou. Tian Zhu took out a small porcelain bottle and shook it under Guomeng's nose. She stood up and said, "Miss, she won't wake up for another 4 hours." Zhao Feizhou stared at Guomeng's every move and felt a little strange. He asked, "Your maid actually knows martial arts. Where did you find it?" Zhao Feizhou was also a martial artist, so he could tell that Guomeng's martial arts were not weak. Jiang Ruan looked into the distance. Dewdrop, who had been standing guard at the other end, hurriedly ran over. "Miss, the 2 grannies of the Xia family and several madams are heading this way." Sure enough, it was the Xia family. Jiang Ruan's eyes flashed and she said, "Very well, let's go hide in the vicinity." A group of people entered from the forest. Leading them was the county governor's wife. As Shenrou spoke to her, Yuya's gaze was constantly scanning the forest, as though she was searching for something. One of Yuya's maids, who was walking at the front, suddenly exclaimed, "There seems to be someone over there." The madams all revealed astonished expressions, but the maidservant seemed to have encountered something that was difficult to speak of. A hint of joy flashed past Yuya's eyes, but she said solemnly, "What nonsense are you shouting? Do you still have any manners? Granny Xia, don't be in a hurry to teach your servants." The county governor's wife patted her hand and asked the maidservant, "What's wrong? What's there to be surprised about?" The maidservant stammered and did not speak, only lowering her head. When the Furins saw her expression, their hearts were filled with doubt and some speculations. Today's chrysanthemum banquet was originally set up for those young ladies and young masters. If there were people who went out of line, privately. People generally liked to watch a good show, especially women. Moreover, these madams were worried that their daughters or sons would be involved, so they were in a dilemma. Seeing this, Yuya said, "This servant girl is becoming more and more unruly recently. I'll go take a look and see what has caused her to be so panicked." As she spoke, she took the lead to go forward. With Yuya walking forward, the other madams no longer had any reason to stay and could only follow her. Shenrou looked at Yuya thoughtfully. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she simply revealed a happy smile. However, when everyone walked forward, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. They saw a woman lying on the rock garden beside the pond. Her clothes and jewelry were still intact, but there was a bloodstain on her forehead. It was a shocking sight that made people suspicious. Concubine Ru Mei of the assistant minister's family immediately cried out in alarm, "Meng, er." The assistant minister's wife was currently seriously ill in bed and naturally could not attend the banquet. Only the concubine who had given birth to the Guo family's young master and young miss had brought a few people to attend the chrysanthemum banquet. That assistant minister's concubine, Ru Mei, was originally a singer in an opera troupe. She was used to doing shady things to curry favor with men. Today, she had come to the banquet dressed in bright and flamboyant clothing. The jewelry on her head was so dazzling that it felt like it was going to dazzle everyone's eyes. Those who didn't know better would think that she had come to choose a husband for herself and not for her daughter. Most of the madams present were legal wives, but there were also a few concubines. They were also well dressed and did not look at such a frivolous person. Concubine Ru Mei had been sitting on the bench since earlier and was already very dissatisfied. Now that her daughter was in trouble, she could not care about anything else. She quickly ran forward and held Guomeng in her arms. When she saw the scar on Guomeng's head, concubine Ru Mei began to curse, "Which bastard used this medicine to harm my Meng, like this? Her face is disfigured for no reason, how can she marry in the future?" Her voice was sharp and unpleasant to hear. Everyone frowned slightly, but concubine Ru Mei did not realize it herself. She screamed at the county governor's wife, "My Meng had an accident in Madame's residence. Madam, you must find that vile person and punish him severely. When I find him, I will skin him alive. In the end, she was a person of humble birth. Her words and actions were like those of a shrew in the marketplace. Not to mention her unpleasant words, she was so rude that even the county governor's wife would not be able to explain herself. Although the county governor's residents should also be responsible for this matter, concubine Rumei's attitude immediately made everyone's sympathy for Guomeng disappear. Madam, don't be anxious. It was the Zhao family's second daughter-in-law, Madame Yao, who could not stand it and said, "Why don't you take a look at Miss Guo's injury?" This mother only cared about shouting and did not look at her daughter's injury. When the madams heard this, they looked at concubine Rumei with even more disdain. Concubine Rumei had tricks in front of the assistant minister, but in front of these noble ladies, she was brainless. Naturally, she did not notice the change in everyone's eyes. She only hurriedly shook Guomeng in her arms, Meng her. Guomeng's eyes were tightly closed and did not move. Concubine Rumei became anxious and did not care about being unreasonable anymore. She said in a panic, "What should we do? Meng is not waking up. What's going on?" Yuya frowned tightly. The servant girl who had put on an awkward posture earlier also lowered her head in panic. It should not be like this. How could it be like this? It had already been explained that when they came over, they should see Zhao Feizhou and Guomeng together, Guomeng being bullied and crying, and Zhao Feizhou being presumptuous and irresponsible. Why was Zhao Feizhou nowhere to be seen, but Guomeng was so heavily injured? Yuya had already asked around. Although Zhao Feizhou had a fiery temper like Zhao Yuanfeng, he was not someone who would attack for no reason. The Zhao family also did not randomly beat women. How could it be like this? She heard the county governor's wife say, "Come, help Miss Guo into the room. Take the master's invitation and quickly call for a doctor." When the servant girls helped the unconscious Guomeng into the room, the doctor had not yet arrived. Yuya's eyes turned and she said, "That person dared to injure Miss Guo in the mansion, he must be someone from the mansion. There are so many people at the chrysanthemum banquet today, it is inevitable that there will be too many eyes. Why don't we find someone to ask who Miss Guo was with just now?" The county governor's wife felt that what she said made sense, so she sent someone to pass the message. She only asked if anyone saw Guomeng with who she was with today. The servant girl who passed the message quickly returned and said that the young servant girl who was sweeping the room had seen Guomeng with Zhao Feizhou today. When she said this, Madame Yao's eyelids twitched. Today, she was the one who had brought Zhao Yulong and Zhao Feizhou here. Zhao Yulong and Zhao Feizhou were already of marriageable age, but these two boys' temperaments were as hard as stone. They did not have any thoughts of being intimate with any of the girls. Madame Yao and Madame Zhou discussed it and decided to bring their son and nephew along. Who knew that something like this would happen? Madame Yao came from a scholarly family and was very particular about etiquette. When she heard this, she became angry and said, "I watched Feizhou grow up, he would never do such a despicable thing. You may know a person's face but not his heart." Yuya said, "Besides, he didn't say anything. He only saw third young master Zhao and Miss Guo together. What is grandmother Zhao worried about?" Madame Yao was furious. She saw through Yuya's provocation and looked at Shenrou, who was at the side, and suddenly remembered something. When news of Jiang Ruan's matter had reached the Zhao family, it turned out that this woman was Xia Jun's mother. Today, she was deliberately provoking them. Wasn't this revenge? Concubine Rumei, who wished for the whole world to be in chaos, shouted, "So it was you. I didn't expect third young master Zhao to be such a shameless person. I don't care, third young master Zhao harmed my Meng. I will go back and find someone to tell my family's master. Even if you make trouble at the Shangguan Fu, you won't be able to get any benefits." Concubine Rumei, Madame Yao was really angry. She spoke each word sonorously and forcefully. "May I ask why my family's Feizhou harmed your daughter?" For no reason at all, there has to be a reason. Perhaps your son saw Meng-er's beauty and had a filthy heart. Meng-er didn't comply, so your son became angry out of humiliation and injured her. Concubine Ru-mei shamelessly said these words, but the surrounding madams also began to giggle. This concubine Ru-mei was really like a shrew. She didn't know what kind of effect these words would have on her daughter. Once today's matter was spread out, it would be very difficult for Guo Meng to find a good husband in the future. If her own mother was so shameless, how could her daughter be any better? Concubine Ru-mei continued to speak cheerfully, but she didn't know that the Zhao family had always been protective of their own people. They weren't some soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. Even Madame Yao, who looked gentle and soft, had been married into the Zhao family for so many years. She also had some of the Zhao family's valiance in her bones. She immediately sneered, concubine Ru-mei is used to joking. Feizhou couldn't find any kind of girl, but he insisted on finding a Shu daughter. It was concubine Ru-mei who thought that Miss Guo could sing a few songs, and Feizhou liked her very much. But I don't know how she compares to Little Peach in the opera on the East Street of the capital. Among the surrounding Furins, there were some who were on good terms with Madame Yao. Naturally, they understood that with Madame Yao's temper, she would never say such harsh words. Today, however, she had been forced into a corner and was truly angry. When Madame Yao finished speaking, even the prefectural governor's wife wanted to laugh. That Little Peach in the opera on the East Street sang a good song. Every day, there would be people coming and going, and who knew how many officials and old masters she had entangled. Madame Yao's words were truly vicious. Yuya didn't expect that Madame Yao, who looked easy to bully, would be so eloquent. Concubine Ru-mei, who was on the other side, could naturally hear the sarcasm in Madame Yao's words. She hated her so much that her liver hurt. Unfortunately, she wasn't as quick-witted as Madame Yao, so she couldn't think of a reply. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, footsteps could be heard from outside. It was the group of noble ladies who were playing in the courtyard. Walking at the front was the Guo family's eldest daughter, Guo Xiang. When she reached the door, Ru-mei looked at her viciously and reprimanded, "Eldest miss, how can you and Meng-er go out to play, and if something happens to Meng-er, how can you be the eldest sister? Don't tell me you don't know how to take care of your younger sister." Eldest Miss Guo was only 15 or 16 years old this year. Because her mother was still seriously ill, she only wore a dark green gown. It was extremely plain, and her brows were as calm as her entire person. Hearing concubine Ru-mei's vicious accusations, she shook her head and said, "Yin-yang, I am not a roundworm in Wu-mei's stomach. How can I follow her all the time? Moreover, I had previously asked fifth younger sister to go with me, but fifth younger sister herself refused." Ru-mei stared blankly and saw another young miss beside Guo Xiang say, "That's right, Guo Jiejie wanted to go with fifth young Miss Guo, but who knew that not only was fifth young miss unwilling to be with Guo Jiejie, she even insulted Guo Jiejie." The surrounding noble ladies all nodded their heads, saying that they had seen it with their own eyes. Originally, the noble ladies didn't think much of Shu daughters. Moreover, Guo Meng's temperament was indeed not very likable. Besides sympathizing with Guo Xiang, they naturally didn't leave any leeway to trample on Guo Meng. Concubine Ru-mei was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. There were so many noble ladies, and she couldn't offend them all. She could only vent her anger on Guo Xiang and glare at her. Guo Xiang remained unmoved, but Yu Ye's gaze flickered and fell on Jiang Ruan, who was following behind Zhao Jin. As if noticing Ru-mei's gaze, Jiang Ruan raised her eyes and smiled at her. Immediately, an ominous premonition floated in Yu Ye's heart. She felt as if she had missed something. Yin-yang, fifth younger sister, was harmed by someone. Guo Xiang said. "What?" Ru-mei heard this and immediately asked, "You know who it is?" "This." Guo Xiang was somewhat embarrassed. Zhao Jin said, "Because fifth young Miss Guo discovered someone else's secret." "What secret?" Ru Mei asked closely. Zhao Jin was somewhat embarrassed and refused to speak further. What secret is it? Seeing Zhao Jin like this, Ru Mei became even more anxious. She reached out and tugged at Zhao Jin's sleeve. Seeing this, Zhao Furan frowned slightly. The young miss who had spoken up for Guoxiang earlier said, "Ah, everyone heard it just now. Now it's no longer a secret." This young miss was the young miss of a scholar official's family. This year, she had not yet reached the age of 15 and was only 11 or 12 years old. She did not have many misgivings, and when she spoke, she was much more straightforward. The noble ladies present looked at each other and lowered their heads. It seemed that this secret was extremely difficult to speak of and really could not be mentioned again. Yuya's heart jumped and she looked at Jiang Ruan. The smile on Jiang Ruan's lips seemed to have deepened. No matter how she looked at it, it was somewhat strange. She stared at Jiang Ruan and her brows gradually furrowed. "What is it?" The governor's wife said softly, "Say it, don't be afraid." The young miss said indifferently, "Say it then." The secret is that the eldest miss of the Xia family is the child of second master. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Shenrou, who had originally been watching the show from the sidelines, did not expect that the topic would suddenly change and revolve around her head. Immediately, her face turned pale. "What is going on?" Yuya asked sternly. She subconsciously looked at Shenrou and saw that Shenrou's expression was not normal. Her heart paused and her heart slowly sank. Suddenly, an overwhelming hatred rose up. She and Shenrou had fought for so many years and naturally understood what Shenrou's expression meant. It meant that the young miss's words just now were true. When she entered the Xia family's door, she knew that Xia Tiankai was naturally dissolute and fickle. However, since she gave birth to Xia Jun, she naturally sat firmly in the position of the matriarch of the family. No matter how reckless Xia Tiankai was, he still had to take care of her. It was just that Yuya was a harsh person and was naturally jealous. The Xia family's first branch, Xia Tianyi, was inarticulate, yet he married such a beautiful and delicate wife like Shenrou. Women always had to arrogantly compare themselves. She naturally could not bear to see Shenrou give birth to a daughter and her husband dote on her. She gave birth to a son, yet Xia Tiansai's heart was not on her. What she hated the most was that Xia Tiansai's occasional inadvertent gaze lingered on Shenrou, full of admiration. Now that she thought about it, it turned out that the two of them already had a head and a tail. It was no wonder that Xia Tiansai's feelings towards his eldest brother could not be said to be very close, yet he was very fond of his niece, Xia Jiaojiao. But it turned out that Xia Jiaojiao was basically their lowly child. Uncle and sister-in-law had a head and a tail, and Xia Tiankai had been cuckolded by someone, yet he was still raising a daughter for someone else. This was truly the biggest joke in the world. "Let me say it," Jiang Ruan said indifferently, "just now, when we were here, a little servant girl came by, but she had a frightened appearance. She only said that fifth young Miss Gua had bumped into the Xia family's secret, that person had killed fifth young Miss Gua, and wanted to silence her as well. That little servant girl was quite frightened, and when we questioned her closely, she actually revealed the secret. This is what we see now." "Wow, so it was you who harmed my Meng, Ru Mei had always had a temperament of changing the direction of the wind, and as soon as she heard these words, she immediately changed direction and spat at Yuya and Shenrou. "Both of you have done such a shameful thing, yet you still want to kill someone to silence them. If anything happens to my Meng, my master will definitely not let you off." Yuya took a deep breath, fully aware that this was not the time to pursue other matters. If the Xia family really spread unfavorable rumors, it would not be a good thing for her. Thus, she said, "Ru Mei Yinyang, isn't it too arbitrary to judge based on a little servant girl's side of the story? Jiejie and I have been here from the beginning to the end, so how could we have harmed fifth young Miss Guo?" This. Ru Mei was at a loss for words. Jiang Yuan smiled, how come I don't see the servant girl by second Xia's side? Generally speaking, when a madam came out, she would bring along 2 servant girls to serve her. However, from the beginning until now, there had only been 1 servant girl by Yuya's side, and the other servant girl had never appeared. Even if it could be said that she had gone to fetch some other things, it was still a little too long. Yuya's expression changed. She naturally knew where that servant girl had gone. That servant girl had originally hidden here to let out some wind and lead Zhao Feizhou to meet Guomeng, but now she had not returned after so long. Naturally, she could not tell the truth, but Jiang Yuan did not give her any time to react. She then walked over to Guomeng, who was lying on the couch, and gently picked up a silk handkerchief. In a soft voice, she said, "This handkerchief, why does it seem a little strange?" Coincidentally, the doctor who had seen Guomeng's injuries had finished writing a prescription and walked over to take the handkerchief from Jiang Yuan's hands. He sniffed it and said, "Just now, this old man saw that this young lady was unconscious because she had been drugged. This handkerchief has the smell of the drug." Chapter 139. It doesn't matter, the doctor glanced at Guomeng on the bed, your precious daughter only needs to wait for the effects of the drug to wear off, then she will wake up. Ru Mei was not easy to talk to. She immediately laughed and brought out the shrewdness she had when she was the pillar of the stage, you naturally have to protect her. You did not do those things. The one who made a fool of himself was your husband. If that scandal were to spread, you, as a madam, would be ruined. You want to harm my Meng, and cover up the scandal of Xia Fu. I insist on saying it so that everyone will know. As she spoke, Ru Mei loudly shouted, "Someone come. Second young mistress Xia wants to cover up the scandal of Xia Fu to silence my family's young lady. Second young mistress Xia killed someone. Eldest young mistress Xia is the child of eldest young mistress Xia and second young master Xia." A person from the group of young masters casually said, "What's there to guess? It must be that the servant girl who killed the informant." Knowing that the matter had been exposed, she simply ran away. That's why we can't find her. Drug? Concubine Ru Mei cried out involuntarily, then how did the wound on her forehead come about? Concubine Ru Mei glanced at Jiang Su Su, her heart full of disdain. This Jiang Su Su was born so beautiful that her Guomeng could not be compared to her. Her tone was not very pleasant as she said, "Naturally, it was your second aunt who did such a good deed. Today, if not for my Meng's luck, she would have been taken away by this vicious woman." She looked at Jiang Yuan again. This eldest young mistress of the Guo family was magnanimous and proper. There was also a kind of nimble decisiveness. She calmly bowed to Jiang Yuan and said, "Xu Mei is insensible. I hope that Junzhu will be magnanimous." This. The doctor muttered, she was probably knocked down somewhere after being drugged. Perhaps someone deliberately hit her with a hard object. Fortunately, the force was not great. She will be fine after drinking a few doses of medicine and recuperating for a few days. Yuya's anger rose again. She fiercely responded and instructed the servant girl to go into the inner room to call for Shenrou. A moment later, she saw Shenrou follow the servant girl out with a pale face. The two of them hurriedly bid farewell to the county governor's wife and fled with the servant girl. Where was the high-spirited and vigorous spirit that he had when he had first arrived? He had even forgotten about Jiang Su Su and Jiang Yuan. Yuya and Shenrou fled, but she and Jiang Su Su still had to return to the Fu. Jiang Yuan nodded. Zhao Yulong looked at her with great interest. He didn't try to avoid arousing suspicion and said, "Younger cousin is really exceptionally smart. Today, your methods are truly amazing." Zhao Yulong was about to say something when he heard a sharp female voice, "Jiang Yuan. Zhao Feizhou." Thus, concubine Ru Mei pretended to be sad, "Forget it. I think Lord Xiaohou must have known about this matter, which is why he asked grandmother Xia to go back and discuss it with her. I'm not that unreasonable. Now that Meng has not woken up yet, let's wait for Meng to wake up, then we can slowly discuss this matter. At that time, I hope the Xiahou estate can give Meng a clear explanation. Even though something like this had happened, it was still early. The prefectural governor's wife didn't want a proper gathering to be disrupted by this inexplicable matter, so she apologized again. She asked everyone not to take this incident to heart and to continue admiring the flowers and having fun. Just now, the young ladies were all here. Everyone was preoccupied with Guomeng's matter and didn't notice that Jiang Su wasn't here. At this moment, when they saw Jiang Su walking in with the men, they understood and looked at Jiang Su with disdain. Looking at the Jiang family's second Mrs. Noble and untainted appearance, who would have thought that she was also a restless person? Not only did she secretly look at the young men, she actually appeared face to face. His attitude was refined and courteous. He was also a man of striking appearance. When the madams and young ladies saw him, they were all delighted and didn't want to go out and reprimand him. Seeing Zhao Yulong like this, Yuya couldn't help but think of Xia Jun. Her heart ached and she looked at Zhao Yulong with a vicious gaze. Although Rume was like a shrew, she was also astute. She knew that the one in charge of the Xia family was still Xia Cheng. Angering Xia Cheng wouldn't do her master any good. Today, in front of all the madams, Yuya had no room to deny. Xia Fu wouldn't run. The monk could run, but the temple couldn't. Sooner or later, the Xia family would give her an explanation for this matter. Since Xia Cheng knew, there was no need to rush. Xia Houyi wanted to save face for his family and not be criticized by outsiders. He would naturally think of a way to compensate. Rume's eyes were sharp and saw the appearance of the handkerchief at a glance. She naturally knew that it was Guomeng's handkerchief. Although she didn't know why Guomeng would put knockout powder on the handkerchief, but now that something had happened, if she could blame it on others, she would do so. Xia Houfu was also considered a noble family. Perhaps they could gain some benefits from this matter. Otherwise, Guomeng wouldn't have to suffer in silence. Therefore, Rume immediately said, "That's right. I didn't expect Grandmother Xia to be so vicious and merciless. This handkerchief must have been dropped by that servant girl of yours." "Humph, that servant girl of yours used the handkerchief to drug Menger and even wanted to silence her by pouring dirty water on third young Master Zhao. It's really a good scheme. Then when will my daughter wake up?" Rume asked. "It's you. Did you conspire with them to scheme against me?" When Guomeng saw Guoxiang, she became even more arrogant. She raised her voice and questioned, somewhat similar to the Jiang Fu's Jiangli. The prefectural governor's wife hurriedly nodded and expressed her thanks. She let the servant girl take the doctor to get the medicine. The atmosphere was somewhat deadlocked for a while. Jiang Wan laughed lightly. "This third young Master Zhao is a dignified 7 feet tall man. He wouldn't casually bring a handkerchief to harm others. This handkerchief is embroidered with flowers. No matter how you look at it, it's a woman's item." Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the sky was almost dark. It was almost time to leave. When Zhao Jin mentioned this matter to Jiang Ruan, he shook his head and said, "That concubine Rume is really not presentable. Even if she is a concubine, she has gone too far. Look at the words she said to the prefectural governor's wife. It's as if she's a poor relative who came to ask for money. She wants to take whatever good she sees. It's really unheard of for her eyelids to be so shallow." Then, behind the crowd of young masters, there was a petite figure dressed in fluttering white clothes. Who else could it be but Jiang Su? But after all, the Xia family was related to her. Jiang Su frowned and asked softly, "Second aunt, did something happen?" Who else could it be but Guomeng? Who else could it be but Guomeng? Guomeng was the one who had suffered but could not speak. She had inexplicably been disfigured. After waking up, she could hear other things. Now that she had formed a grudge with Yuya, it was too late to say anything. When she came out and saw Jiang Ruan, how could she not be incomparably angry? Because Guomeng had not yet woken up, the prefectural governor's wife had ordered the servants to keep watch over her. Concubine Rume, on the other hand, seemed to have suffered a great grievance. She kept crying and complaining to the prefectural governor's wife. The prefectural governor's wife comforted her until she was somewhat annoyed. Only when she promised that the prefectural governor's fu would definitely compensate the Guo family's fifth young miss well did Rume finally stop crying. Naturally, I went to look for her. The prefectural governor's wife said, but both of them have disappeared. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent again. What he said was very likely, and it was also very natural. The gazes that looked at Yuya were somewhat strange. Yuya was anxious. Originally, finding those two servant girls would prove her innocence. At least, it would prove that she did not send people to harm fifth young Miss Guo. However, these two people had suddenly disappeared without a trace. No matter how hard she tried, she could not find them. She could not help but look at Jiang Ruan. Could it be that it was Jiang Ruan's doing again? Yuya felt as if her blood was rushing to her head. Her voice could not help but become shrill. Why would I send people to silence your daughter? The one who committed adultery was not me. I did not do anything shameful. In her anger, she unexpectedly blurted out the words that were in her heart. Her tone was full of resentment, which shocked all the madams and young misses present. Immediately, they sized her up. Her expression was different from Shenrou's. Guomeng rushed in front of Jiang Ruan and angrily said, "You dare to scheme against me, you." Rume was originally a singer, so her voice was full of energy. When she shouted this, she did not even pant. Her voice was also loud and clear. She shouted hundreds of times, and the entire county guard manor could hear her. Yuya was fiercely shaken by Rume. Even if she wanted to faint, she could not. In her heart, she was angry that Guomeng had such a difficult mother. It was not good to be entangled like this. Just as Yuya was about to get angry, she heard the sound of footsteps outside. A voice came from afar, "Mother, are you all right?" Yao Shi saw that her son and nephew had both come over. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the two, she naturally relaxed and said, "What have you come here for?" In her heart, however, she was not willing to let her two young masters see such a filthy matter. When she thought of how these people had wanted to splash dirty water on Zhao Feizhou, she immediately felt a bit of anger. The crowd did not want to dampen the mood of the county guard madam, so they agreed. However, such a matter had already happened, so how could their mood be the same as before? When they started again, the topic of discussion was no longer about the flowers. It was not even about the her or him that they had taken a fancy to. Instead, it was the secret of the Xiaohu Fu. Thinking about it, it could be considered an excellent topic of conversation. The smile on Jiang Ruan's lips did not fade from the beginning. The servant girl who had informed could not be found even after turning the entire county guard manor upside down. It was because she was not a servant girl. Although Jin San was an assassin, his disguise was not bad. Even these young ladies did not suspect him. As for the servant girl by Yuya's side, she would never be able to return. Jiang Su did not care about those gazes. It must be said that she had gained something today. Quite a few young masters had already placed their hearts on her. Jiang Su naturally obtained satisfaction from this. Although there was no lack of aristocratic sons among these people, in the end, they were still very far from the position that she desired. Thinking of the eighth prince, Xianli, Jiang Su felt somewhat depressed. She had not seen him for a long time. However, it was not suitable for Jiang Su and Jiang Ruan to go to the Xiaofu now. These two people spoke in riddles, but when Zhao Feizhou's ears heard them, he felt confused and unconsciously scratched his head. What are you two talking about? Why can't I understand? A group of young masters entered in a single file. Presumably, they had also heard the commotion here and hurried over. The youth in the lead was dressed in a jade-white gown. His face was like a crown of jade and his expression was somewhat shrewd. With a folding fan at his waist, he looked both wise and spirited. This was the second young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Yulong. With a pa sound, Guoxiang gave Guomeng a crisp slap, causing several people to be startled. Guoxiang's expression was heavy and cold, his tone containing a slight chill. This slap is to teach you what you should say and what you should not say. Zhao Feizhou and Zhao Yulong noticed Yao Shi's anger. Zhao Yulong said, hearing the commotion here, we rushed over in a moment of anxiety. Please forgive us, madams. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was polite. Not to mention that Zhao Feizhou was a good young man. Why would he carry a handkerchief on him for no apparent reason? Looking at the flowers and grass embroidered on the handkerchief, it was even more impossible for it to be a man's item. Shut up, it was another female voice that sounded, her tone stern. Turning around to look, it was the eldest daughter of the Guo family, Guoxiang. Zhao Yulong looked deeply at Jiang Ruan. No matter what, I thank you on behalf of the Zhao family. Although Zhao Yulong was similar in age to Zhao Feizhou, his temperament was more mature than Zhao Feizhou. He had always felt that Jiang Ruan's temperament was too cold and that she had more thoughts of making use of the General Fu. When it came to feelings, he really could not see it. Today, however, she had lent a helping hand. If not for Jiang Ruan, it was likely that in the end, the one to suffer in this chrysanthemum banquet would be Zhao Feizhou. If Guomeng really entered the Zhao family's door, who knows what kind of storm she would stir up. Jiang Ruan was willing to lend a helping hand, which showed that she still had some feelings for the Zhao family. Zhao Feizhou's eyes twitched and he could not help but look at Jiang Ruan. Previously, after Jiang Ruan had Tianzhu knock Guomeng unconscious, she had him quickly return by himself. Zhao Feizhou was originally unwilling, but Jiang Ruan's cold appearance really made him feel uncomfortable, so he complied. Jiang Ruan told him to tell Zhao Yulong the whole story when he returned. After listening to Zhao Feizhou's words, Zhao Yulong pondered for a moment and then told Zhao Feizhou not to spread the news. After a while, when they heard movement from the west garden, Zhao Yulong then seemingly unintentionally mentioned that all the brothers should go and take a look. Older cousin knows the principle of adding flowers to embroidery. Jiang Ruan lightly replied. Zhao Feizhou followed closely beside Zhao Yulong. As soon as he entered the door, he looked at Jiang Ruan. Seeing that Jiang Ruan's expression was normal, with a smile on her lips, and then looking at the sorry state of Yuya and concubine Rume, he breathed a sigh of relief and his expression relaxed. It's fine. Jiang Ruan smiled lightly. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly and met her gaze, the corners of her eyes faintly rising, densely filled with ridicule and provocation. Yuya was really riding a tiger and it was difficult to get off. Rume was overbearing, and Guomeng was under the influence of the drug and did not know when she would wake up. Today, she had really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. She was anxious and angry, and could only stiffly repeat, I did not order anyone to harm Guomeng. Unfortunately, no one believed her words. Zhao Yulong's eyes slightly curved as he looked at Jiang Ruan. Jiang Ruan noticed his gaze and returned it with a faint smile. Since Zhao Yulong was Zhao Yuanping's son, he had also inherited some of Zhao Yuanping's craftiness. He was very satisfied with this younger cousin of his. After exchanging a tacit expression, the two of them averted their gazes. The prefectural governor's wife complied, leaving only Yuya in the Xia household. In Yuya's heart, she felt that Shenrou was crafty, and with Zhao Mei's shout, her heart was faintly pleased. Shenrou had done such a disgraceful thing, and with such a shout, the entire capital would know tomorrow. How could Shenrou still have the face to live? Now that she saw Shenrou hiding in the inner room, she also wanted to do the same. However, Rume's eyes were sharp. While shouting, she kept a close eye on Yuya's movements. Seeing that she was about to faint, she immediately stepped forward and grabbed Yuya's shoulders, shaking her. "Second young mistress Xia, you made my Meng'er look like this, you can't turn hostile and deny it. Why don't you come with me to the court? Even if you go to the court, you won't be in the right." Shenrou was on the verge of collapse. If today's matter were to spread, the Xia household's reputation would be ruined. She did not know what awaited her. Only, in the great Jin dynasty, if an uncle or sister-in-law in an official's family had a wife, the man would not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life, and the woman would be drowned in a pig's cage. With such an incident, the rest of Xia Jiaojiao's life would be ruined. In the midst of the deadlock, someone hurriedly came to report. He only said that the Marquis of the Xia household wanted Yuya and Shenrou to quickly return to the Fu. The Marquis of the Xia household must have already received the news, which was why he had sent such a message. As soon as she thought of Shenrou's end, Yuya felt a surge of pleasure in her heart. However, Xia Cheng's anger had always been very frightening, so she was also somewhat worried about her own suffering. Shenrou's and Yuya's expressions both changed. Yuya was even more furious. After hearing about Shenrou's matter, she had not yet been able to reverse the situation. She did not want to be entangled with Rume again. She glared fiercely at Jiang Ruan. If it was said that today's matter had nothing to do with Jiang Ruan, she would not believe it even if she was beaten to death. It must be her who made things difficult, this little bitch. Everyone was both surprised and amused. Zhao Jin had long since laughed so hard that she almost fainted. She whispered in Jiang Ruan's ear, "What a good pillar." This voice really shocked everyone. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. This Rume really did not place any importance on status or etiquette, shouting as she pleased. Even though Yuya had been doing things for many years, she had never seen such a woman who did not play by the rules. For a moment, she actually forgot to stop her. Being called like this, Shenrou's eyes rolled back. She could be considered to have lost all sense of propriety today. She simply fell backwards and pretended to faint. When the servant girl beside her saw this, she hastily helped her up and said, "Furen, my grandmother's body is somewhat unwell, I'm afraid that she will faint. I would like to trouble Furen to let my grandmother into the room to rest." Then, there were young ladies who admired Zhao Yulong in the surroundings, who softly explained to Zhao Yulong what had actually happened. After Zhao Yulong finished listening, he frowned and asked, "Then, have the servant girl who had the accident and the servant girl by second Furen's side been found?" Jiang Ruan smiled and shook her head. Coincidentally, the two brothers, Zhao Yulong and Zhao Feizhou, were walking towards them. Seeing Jiang Ruan, Zhao Feizhou said, "Younger cousin, eldest aunt said that you should sit in the carriage with us later and send you back to the Jiangfu." Jiang Ruan raised her eyebrows. Now that Tu Shichen had passed, Guomeng had naturally woken up. However, with such an attitude, it should be said that the fifth daughter of the Guo family was the same as her mother, not necessarily very clever. Chapter 140. In the Xia Ho residence, Shenrou and Xia Tian Kai kneeled on the ground. Xia Tianyi's face was ashen as he kicked Shenrou fiercely, "Slut." His gaze toward Xia Tian was also filled with hatred. Xia Cheng held the long whip that was used to enforce the family's discipline. The black and glossy long whip was incomparably thick and sturdy. Because it had been soaked in medicinal liquid for many years, it was exceptionally sturdy. And after every sound, Shenrou's delicate skin would have a bloody scar. This action of Xia Tian Kai finally dispelled the last trace of complicated feelings in Xia Tianyi's heart. He sneered, and his usually stiff expression actually overflowed with a strange smile. He rushed toward Xia Jiaojiao, who was screaming and rolling on the ground, "I am not your father. Your father is him, your second uncle. You are a bastard that your mother gave birth to outside with a wild man. Don't call me father." Yuya's voice was filled with sorrow, mother's words are like this, but isn't it a bit too unfair to first uncle? First uncle has suffered grievances, but who asked him a single word? Humph, Xia Tian Kai was quite dissatisfied with Yuya. The words that came out of his mouth could not be said to not be malicious. What you did today, didn't you want to lose face? Are you satisfied now? Yuya, to be honest, if it wasn't for your father and the dowry, I would rather marry a prostitute than to marry you. What's so good about you? You are neither gentle nor lovable. Seeing your arrogant appearance all day makes me sick. Do you think that just because you gave birth to a son, you can act like a tyrant in the residence? Let me tell you, your son is not worth mentioning in my eyes. I can still have many sons in the future. In my heart, only Jiao Jiao is my daughter. Although Xia Tian Kai used to flirt around outside, but Xia Tian Kai was born with a face that could make women happy, and he also knew how to speak beautiful words. Staying in the house, Yuya did not do anything out of line. She could be considered to be friendly on the surface. He had never spat out such ear-piercing words in such a loud voice. Unexpectedly, Xia Tian Kai reached out and knocked over the bowl of medicine in Yuya's hand. Yuya was stunned and immediately became angry. She screamed and shouted, "Xia Tian Kai!" Lu Zhu said a few perfunctory words and returned to Ruanju with Jiang Ruan. When they returned, they closed the door and Lian Qiao and Bai Ji came out to welcome them. Lian Qiao was a straightforward person and took the lead in saying, "Miss, the scandal of the Xia family has now spread throughout the entire capital city. Master also knows about this matter." At the door, he met second young lady who had just returned to the Fu. After exchanging a few words, they got into an argument. Second young lady is currently in the courtyard reflecting on her mistakes. Master left in a rage. "Bitch!" Xia Xinsai looked at her coldly. Madame Yao nodded and calmed down. Zhao Yulong, on the other hand, was somewhat doubtful. Jiang Ruan had always done things cleanly and efficiently, and she would not leave behind any evidence that could be used against her. As long as Yuya's maidservant was alive, it would be a hidden danger. With Jiang Ruan's ruthlessness, how could she feel at ease leaving a hidden danger by her side? However, her words were always half true and half false. Zhao Yulong could not find any evidence and could only keep it in his heart. Shenrou raised her eyes slightly and saw that it was her own daughter. With difficulty, she spat out a few words. "Jiao Jiao, leave quickly." Xia Jiao Jiao had met with such a mishap, Xia Furan was crying her heart out, and Shenrou was on the verge of death. Xia Cheng was also not in the mood to continue asking for the family law. He told Xia Xinsai to scram back to his courtyard to reflect on his mistakes, and then ordered people to carry Shenrou into a small room in the backyard and lock her up. Xia Cheng looked at Xia Xinsai and was about to speak, but Xia Xinsai expressionlessly turned around and left without saying a word. Jiang Ruan raised her eyebrows. What time was it now? Such a big matter had happened to the Xia family. Since the Jiang Fu were in-laws, they would naturally be watched by the common people. Unfortunately, Jiang Su Su was still unaware of the pros and cons of this matter. Returning in the carriage of another family's young master, wouldn't this be sending a handle to the common people for them to gossip about? Everyone would only say that the Xia family's bloodline was ingrained in their bones. Jiang Su Su's actions were equivalent to sending the Jiang Fu to be roasted on the fire. Now, the Jiang Fu was no longer the same as it was in the past, only allowing entry but not exit. How could it withstand the ridicule of others? No matter how much Jiang Quan doted on Jiang Su Su, he could not help but feel angry. "I'm not leaving." Xia Jiao Jiao cried even harder. She glared at Xia Cheng and said, "Grandfather, what did mother do wrong? Why did you beat her up like this? Isn't this asking for mother's life?" Looking at Xia Xinsai, he no longer had his usual dissolute and unrestrained appearance. However, compared to Shenrou's injuries, they were much better. She knelt on the ground in a sorry state, and there were also a few wounds on her body. Xia Cheng held a whip in his hand, and his gaze was as if he wanted to devour someone. Xia Jiao was afraid. She ran to Shenrou's side in 2 or 3 steps and cried, "Mother, what's wrong? I'm not leaving." Xia Jiao screamed and turned to look at Xia Xinsai, who was standing at the side without saying a word. She hugged Xia Xinsai's leg and cried, "Father, grandfather wants to beat mother to death. Are you going to stand by and watch? Father, are you really so heartless? Don't hit me anymore." Shenrou wailed. Her clothes had long been tattered by the long whip. Her originally delicate and fair skin was now covered with bloodstains. Her appearance, which was riddled with scars, no longer had her usual beauty. It was nauseating to look at her. Xia Cheng panted and stopped the whip in his hand. Just now, he had lashed out more than 10 times in a row, and he already felt that it was somewhat strenuous. Xia Xinsai had only been with Shenrou for so many years. Seeing Shenrou suffer, at this moment, he felt tender and protective towards the fairer sex. He said to Xia Cheng, "Father, this matter has nothing to do with Rou. It's all your son's fault. Don't hit Rou." In the end, the servant girl by Yu Ya's side and the servant girl who had previously reported the secret could not be found. Jiang Wan said, "The servant girl who reported the secret was originally one of my people. As for the servant girl by second Madame Xia's side, she has been sent to the residence for now. After a few days, she will be sent out of the capital." Xia Jiao was born beautiful. At this moment, her crying appearance was delicate and lovely. Xia Tianyi had always doted on her. When Xia Jiao was born, even though she was a daughter, Xia Tianyi did not feel the slightest bit disappointed. From a young age, Xia Jiao had grown up in a honeypot. Xia Tianyi had never said a harsh word to her. In the past, when Xia Jiao cried like this, Xia Tianyi would have been extremely distressed. But today, when he saw Xia Jiao's face, Xia Tianyi recalled the scene of his beloved wife and second brother making love in bed. Immediately, a wave of anger rose in his heart. He only felt that Xia Jiao's face was exceptionally disgusting. When Xia Jiao saw Xia Tianyi's expression change, before she could understand, she was kicked away by Xia Tianyi. "You have done such a thing. Do you think that father's heart is not angry? Do you think that the Xia Hofu is a place where you can mess around as you please?" Xia Tian sneered, "Since you are occupying second Madame Xia's position, you must obediently listen to me." Bai Ji said, "Today, the Xia family can be considered to have a bad reputation. I am afraid that the eldest miss of the Xia family will also have to be removed from the list of beauties in the palace. Yuya, don't forget your own status." Xia Cheng suddenly spoke. Seeing Yuya's puzzled expression, he coldly said, "Even if you die, you are still a member of the Xia family." On the carriage back to the Jiangfu, Yao Shi learned from Zhao Feizhou what had been bothering her and thanked Jiang Wan once again. However, she was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Where did those 2 servant girls go?" "What did you say?" Yuya had an impatient temperament and would not admit defeat. She immediately stood up and said, "Xia Tian, you seduced your own sister-in-law, and you still have the face to scold me? What right do you have to scold me?" Xia Tianyi also took note of his second brother's actions and his anger soared to the heavens. When a person with a gloomy and stiff temperament really became resentful, no one could have expected that. When they returned to the Fu, Jiang Quan still had not returned. The Furins and young ladies looked at Jiang Wan with a somewhat different gaze. A slightly more courageous old maid pulled Lu Zhu aside and quietly asked, "Eldest Miss Xia is indeed second Master Xia's daughter?" It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it, but once she did, Xia Cheng became even more furious. Thinking that it was this good-for-nothing son and this eldest daughter-in-law who had disgraced public morals that had caused such a big joke in the Xia family, he felt that he could not help but wish that he had never given birth to Xia Tian Kai. Immediately, he lashed out with his long whip and lashed it toward Xia Tian Kai. Xia Tian Yi was not as dissolute as Xia Tian Kai. Although he did things in a mediocre manner, he was reliable and had never given Xia Cheng any trouble since he was young. The only thing that Xia Cheng was not very satisfied about was that he doted on Shenrou too much. Even though Shenrou had only given birth to a daughter for him, Xia Tianyi did not take in any concubines. Only the two Tongfang that Shenrou had taken in when she was weak still had their status unchanged. And it was Xia Tianyi's beloved wife who had made him wear such a big green hat. One could imagine Xia Tianyi's mood. However, Xia Cheng could not let Xia Tianyi kill Xia Tian Kai. He knew that he had let down his eldest son, so he could only ruthlessly whip Xia Tian Kai to let Xia Tianyi vent his anger. Who are you pretending to be so virtuous for? Xia Tian Kai laughed mockingly. If you want, you can go find Big Brother and see if Big Brother is willing to spend time with you under the moonlight. Seeing this, Xia Cheng could not help but be shocked. The calmer Xia Tianyi appeared, the more uneasy Xia Cheng felt. He was afraid that Xia Tianyi would do something out of line in a fit of anger. One must know that although Xia Tianyi did not seem to care, if this matter was placed in the heart of any man, they would not let it go so easily. If Xia Tianyi had beaten Xia Tian Kai up, it would have been fine, but he did not say anything. Master, don't. A cry of alarm came from the side. Madame Xia had already rushed over and grabbed Xia Cheng's arm with one hand, saying, "Genius is your son, how can you bear to hit him like this? It's all this woman's fault for seducing the genius. If anything happens to the genius today, I don't want to live anymore. If you want to hit him, then hit me too." Just as he was about to make a move, he heard a young girl's delicate voice coming from the hall, "Mother. What happened to you?" Because Xia Tian Kai was injured, Madame Xia's heart ached for him, so she sent someone to boil some medicine and told Yuya to take good care of Xia Tian Kai. Although Yuya had a lot of resentment toward Xia Tian Kai, she recognized him as her husband and treated him sincerely. Although she was angry, seeing Shenrou in this state and Xia Jiaojiao's disfigured face, she felt much better. She then brought the medicine to Xia Tian Kai's bedside and wanted to personally feed Xia Tian Kai. Madame Xia was speechless. Xia Cheng looked at his eldest son apologetically. Let's not talk about the impact this matter would have on the second branch, but to the first branch, it was like a disaster to Xia Tianyi. His wife, who he had doted on for many years, had already been wearing a green hat for him for many years. The adulterer was his second brother, and he had even raised someone else's daughter for many years. All these actions, to a man, was undoubtedly a great humiliation. If it was Xia Cheng himself, he would have already killed the dog couple with a knife, to vent the anger in his heart. Xia Tianyi's temper was stiff, not as lively and quick-witted as Xia Tian Kai. The old hands in the brothel naturally had a beautiful hand, and usually coaxed Madame Xia to be obedient. Madame Xia doted on her youngest son the most, although she also hated Xia Tian Kai for doing such a shameful thing. Seeing Xia Tian Kai getting beaten up made her anxious, and naturally wanted to protect him. Xia Cheng didn't want Xia Jiaojiao to know about these things, so he said in a deep voice, "Go back to your courtyard, don't come out." Seeing Xia Tian protecting Shenrou like this, Yuya, who was watching the show from the side, immediately felt a layer of unwillingness in her heart. She was just a slut, and even at this point, she could still get Xia Tian's pity. She only hated that Xia Cheng didn't beat Shenrou to death. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Shenrou spat out a mouthful of blood, her vision went black and she fainted. Xia Tian Kai's heart ached. Xia Jiaojiao was his daughter, and seeing this, she almost went crazy. She shouted at Xia Tianyi, "Xia Tianyi." Yuya looked at everything that happened in front of her, and she was incomparably happy. Shenrou had suffered the consequences of her own actions, and that bastard was now disfigured, so Xia Tian didn't dare to go out for the time being. Xia Cheng's words, "at night," Yuya finally understood what it meant. When the two of them were in such a mess, they didn't expect that the door had been pushed open. Xia Jun stood quietly outside the door, expressionlessly watching the chaotic battle in the room. His eyes were gloomy, staring at the inside motionlessly. It was really a bit scary. "Xia Xinsai, how can you say such words?" Yuya felt as if she had been struck by lightning. After sharing the same pillow for so many years, she finally realized that it was only now that she realized what her husband was thinking. Xia Jiaojiao didn't know if she heard Xia Tianyi's words, but she still covered her face and screamed on the ground. Xia Cheng and Xia Madam's hearts were a bit numb, and they hurriedly called for a maid to carry Xia Jiaojiao away, and took the invitation to call for a doctor. However, everyone could clearly see that when the scalding hot soup poured down, Xia Jiaojiao's face would probably be ruined. Although Xia Tiankai felt sorry for Xia Jiaojiao, he was even more afraid of this big brother who suddenly became gloomy and scary. He didn't dare to say anything. Shenrou was already unconscious, and at this moment, she was covered in wounds. Even if she woke up and knew that Xia Jiaojiao had become like this, she would probably live a life worse than death, if she could live. Seeing this scene, Xia Cheng was even more furious in his heart. A kind mother will spoil her son. A kind mother will spoil her son. The man who had always doted on Xia Jiaojiao the most spat out these words. Not only Xia Tiankai, even Xia Cheng and Xia Madam were stunned. Xia Tianyi was a man, and because he was still angry, his kick was solid, and it sent Xia Jiaojiao flying. She just happened to hit the hot soup on the table, which was simmering in a small porcelain pot. Immediately, a scream was heard, and that pot of boiling hot soup fell from Xia Jiaojiao's head to her feet. Xia Jiaojiao covered her face, and rolled on the ground, crying out in pain. It was originally a boiling hot thing, so how could it be unscathed when it was poured on a young girl's delicate skin? Xia Tianyi left, and Xia Tian was supported back to the courtyard. Other than Xia Cheng, only Yuya was left in the hall. Xia Cheng coldly looked at Yuya, and with a snort, he left without saying a word. Yuya was stunned for a moment, and thought that Xia Cheng was blaming her for Guomeng's matter. She hurriedly chased after him and said, "Father, I didn't let anyone harm Guomeng. This uncle and sister-in-law had given birth to a child, and their social status was not clean, so they could not enter the palace." Jiang Wan looked down. In her previous life, because Xia Jiaojiao had Xia Cheng's support in the palace, she was very popular. They were both beauties of the same rank, but Xia Jiaojiao's and hers lives were worlds apart. Even if she was not a threat, Xia Jiaojiao would still find trouble with her every now and then. Now that this eldest miss of the Xia family, who thought of herself as a golden branch and jade leaves, knew that she was only a vile spawn, would there be any difference? After the chrysanthemum banquet, everything seemed to have returned to normal. That day, Jiang Su did not return with Yao Shi's carriage. She only said that some young master had given up his carriage, and insisted on sending Jiang Su back to the Jiangfu. Jiang Su did not know how to respond, but everyone's discussion was focused on the Xia family's grandmother, and she was ignored. "Xia Tiankai, you're not human," Yuya screamed and pounced on him. She seemed to hate Xia Tiankai, and her two hands could not stop scratching his face. Xia Tiankai did not expect that Yuya was also so shrewish and had no image. Although he was injured, he was still a man, and his strength was much greater than Yuya's, so he immediately fought back. For a moment, the two of them were entangled, and it was hard to separate them. Yuya finally understood why Xia Cheng had looked at her so strangely when he left, and also understood the meaning of Xia Cheng's last sentence. Xia Cheng was blaming her for revealing this matter, and for tarnishing the reputation of the Xia family. Xia Cheng was very dissatisfied with her, and in the future, he would not stand up for her. In fact, in the days to come, he would think of ways to embarrass her. The Xia family had done such a dirty thing, yet they did not reflect on themselves, and actually had the face to blame her. Yuya simply wanted to laugh. "You, how can you be so shameless?" Yuya was stunned. When Xia Jiaojiao heard the servant say that her mother and second uncle had been whipped by Xia Cheng in the hall, she initially thought that the servants were talking nonsense. It was only because Shenrou was considered to have a lot of face in the Xia family, so why would she punish her mother? Suspicious, she came over to take a look, but her soul flew away and scattered. Shenrou was beaten until her whole body was dripping with blood, and she lay on the ground, on the verge of death. And her father, who had always doted on Shenrou, stood indifferently at the side, without the slightest trace of heartache. "You slowly stay in the Fu, and atone for Rou, and Jiaojiao," Xia Tiankai said. Chapter 141. The news that the eldest master of the Xia family had been made a cuckold by his second younger brother spread throughout the capital the next day. Xia Qing himself felt humiliated and reported his illness to the emperor and did not attend court. Even so, the censor's accusations flew to the emperor's desk like snowflakes. All of them said that the inner courtyard of the Xiahou Fu was in chaos and that he could not even manage his own wife and children. How could he be an official in court? The Xiahou Fu had originally been discredited by Xia Yan's adultery. After the incident with second master Xia, the common people suddenly realized why the Jiang Furen was like this. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Outside, there were all sorts of rumors, but when they reached Xia Cheng's ears, he could not listen. Ever since the incident, Xia Tianyi stayed in his room all day, instructing the maidservants to buy wine. Every day, he drank himself into a stupor and no longer had his original serious and self-disciplined appearance. He was no different from a drunkard on the street. Xia Cheng said it a few times, but it only made Xia Tianyi more and more agitated. In a fit of anger, he simply stopped talking and only wanted to say that it would be fine after a few days. Shenrou's paternal family came to visit once. They knew that such an incident had happened and that the paternal family had lost face. They said that since Shenrou had married into the Xia family, she was a member of the Xia family. Even if she died, it had nothing to do with the paternal family. They actually left Shenrou in the Xia family's care. However, at the moment, everyone in the Xia Fu was busy with Xia Jiaojiao's injuries and no one cared about Shenrou's life or death. Ever since the day Xia Jiaojiao was kicked by Xia Tianyi and her face had been disfigured by scalding soup, Xia Furen had invited many physicians to treat her, but they were all helpless. Xia Jiaojiao's face was destined to have a large burn mark. With such a burn mark on her face, it would be difficult to marry into an ordinary family, much less enter the palace. However, now that Xia Jiaojiao had become the child of her uncle and sister-in-law, even the hedonistic sons of the capital would disdain marrying her, not to mention marrying into a good family. Xia Jiaojiao had always loved to look good and valued her face more than anything else. Knowing that she had been seeking death all day after her disfigurement, Xia Furen had a headache. As for Yuya and Xia Tiankai, it was unknown whether it was due to the stimulation of this incident, but Yuya's temperament had changed greatly. She didn't even need to pretend to be obedient on the surface anymore. Every day, she would quarrel with Xia Chen and turn into a female bug. That was why Xia Chen's face would be scratched red every day. Yuya's body was also covered in patches of green and purple. It was a shocking sight to see. Currently, Xiahou Fu could be considered to be in a complete mess of internal and external troubles. The common people outside were all waiting to watch the show. When Lu Zhu told Jiang Ruan about these matters, she naturally laughed so hard that she couldn't even straighten her back. This time, the Xia family is reaping what they sow, let's just let them rebel against each other. Lian Qiao also laughed, isn't there a saying that goes, reincarnation is part of the heavenly Tao? The first and second branch of the Xia family committed such a shameful act. One day, they will be exposed. The sky outside was already dark. Baiji took a pair of scissors and cut the wick of the lamp a little shorter. The light became much brighter and no longer flickered. Baiji draped a thin cloak over Jiang Wan and said, "Miss, it's late at night and it's cold outside. Be careful not to catch a cold." It was already the beginning of autumn. During the day, there wasn't much to feel, but at night, she could already feel the coolness of autumn. Jiang Wan closed the book in her hands and inadvertently caught a glimpse of a whistle on the table. The whistle was exquisitely made. She couldn't help but reach out to pick it up and hold it in her hand, carefully examining it. This was the whistle that Xiao Xiao had given her that day in prison. At that time, she had been in a hurry and hadn't had time to examine it carefully. Now, she saw that this whistle was made of an unknown material and had a faint fragrance. The whistle's body was engraved with a golden qilin treading on fire and feng feng. Jiang Wan moved a little closer and could smell the cool and refreshing smell. Xiao Xiao had not been seen for about 20 days. Something must have happened. Jiang Wan put down the whistle and was about to walk towards the edge of the bed when she suddenly saw Tianzhu, who was sitting in the outer room, suddenly stand up with a very solemn expression. Jiang Wan was slightly startled, but she saw that the slightly swaying candle flame contained a shallow layer of warm yellow light. Gradually, a slender, tall, and thin figure flashed out from within. That person took a few steps forward before his features became clear. Clear, cold, and elegant, who else could it be but Xiao Xiao? Tianzhu called out in a low voice, "Young master." His expression was one of rare anxiousness. Only then did Jiang Wan smell the strong smell of blood coming from Xiao Xiao's body. She looked at Xiao Xiao again. Although his expression was calm, his complexion was much paler than usual. Even his lips were slightly white. "You're injured." She frowned. "I'm fine." Xiao Xiao pursed his lips. Just as he finished speaking, he fell head first onto the soft couch in Jiang Ruan's outer room. Tianzhu did not dare to say anything else. She only said anxiously, "Miss, Master." Jiang Wan stared at the person who had fainted on the bed for a moment. Finally, she said, "Close the door and windows. Call Lien Qiao and Baiji to fetch a pot of hot water. Lu Zhu, guard the door. Tianzhu, do you know medicine?" Tianzhu shook her head. This subordinate only knows how to identify some poisons. Jiang Wan felt a headache coming on. Then what do you do when you're injured in the past? Endure, Tianzhu said, endure until we return to the building. There will be a doctor to see. It was impossible for an assassin to always pay attention to injuries. If they really cherished their lives so much, then they would not do such dangerous work. Jiang Wan lowered her eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "Carry him to my bed. It's easy to leave traces in the outer room." This. Tianzhu was somewhat surprised. Letting a man lie on her bed, wasn't that tacit, but Jiang Wan did not seem to be particularly intimate with her young master. Move faster. Jiang Wan did not give her time to be in a daze. If you're any slower, your master will bleed to death. Only then did Tianzhu restrain the conjectures in her heart and help Xiao Xiao to Jiang Ruan's bed. Outside the room, Lu Zhu stood at the entrance of the courtyard, dutifully guarding the door in case anything unexpected happened. However, in her heart, she was constantly concerned about the situation inside the room. She kept urging Jean Eyre, who had landed on the roof to look inside. "What's going on?" Jean Eyre lazily sat on the roof and lifted a tile to look inside. He clicked his tongue and said, "Nothing much. It's just that your miss has carried the young master to her bed." "Ah," Lu Zhu covered her mouth, "how can a miss casually let a man climb onto her bed? I think it's your miss who wants to molest my master while he's unconscious." Jean Eyre spoke clearly and logically. "It's a dark and windy night, and it's the best time. You see, she even put down the mosquito net. Isn't this?" "Shut up." Seeing that his words were getting more and more out of hand, Lu Zhu became angry and said, You lecher with a mouth full of feces, you don't have to slander my Miss Innocence. What's so great about your master? My miss is exceptionally beautiful and intelligent, is there a need to do such a thing? On the other hand, your master didn't go anywhere else to faint, but instead chose to faint in my miss's courtyard. What are his intentions? Lu Zhu was eloquent, and Jean Eyre was stumped by her questions. However, the reason behind this could not be revealed to outsiders, so for a moment, he could not think of a good reason. On the other hand, Jean San, who was sitting on the tree and watching the show, snickered. He felt that Jean Eyre and Lu Zhu were really a pair of clowns. It was quite interesting to watch this pair of clowns put on a show. In the room, Tianzhu had already examined Xiao Xiao. He was injured, and his wound was poisoned. Only Xiao Xiao himself knew medicine, and after taking some antidote, he was feeling better. However, the wound on his body still needed to be treated. Tianzhu's method was to randomly tear open the wound and bandage it to stop the bleeding. Although this was convenient for the time being, the wound could easily rot after a long time. Seeing that Tianzhu could not be relied on, Jiang Wan could only do it herself. After asking Tianzhu to help support Xiao Xiao to the bed, Jiang Wan sat on the edge of the bed. There were no traces of blood on Xiao Xiao's black clothes. Under the light of the lantern, a large patch of wetness could be seen, but it could not be distinguished whether it was blood or sweat. Jiang Ruan's hand covered the black clothes, and when she took her hand away, her palm was full of shocking bloodstains. Lian Xiao, who had just returned from fetching hot water, gasped and said in a panic, "Miss, Xiao Wangye has suffered a serious injury." Jiang Ruan's gaze fell on the face of the youth on the bed. Even though he was injured, his expression was as cold and indifferent as ever, as if this was not a very important matter. Because his eyes were closed, his long eyelashes drooped down, creating a deep shadow under the light. The paler his face was, the lighter the color of his lips. His entire person seemed to be made of jade, and he gave off a cold aura. Only his thin lips were tightly pursed. In the end, he could feel that this was not a very comfortable matter. Jiang Wan took the clean handkerchief from Bai Ji's hands and soaked it in the hot water. Then, she reached out and picked up a pair of scissors that had been scalded with hot wine. With one hand holding Xiao Xiao's collar, and the other holding the scissors, she carefully cut along the part of his clothes that was soaked in blood. Although her hands were steady, she still held her breath and concentrated on her task. Seeing this, Tianzhu's expression changed slightly. With great difficulty, she managed to cut open the clothes. Jiang Wan pulled open Xiao Xiao's clothes, revealing his chest. Seeing this, Bai Ji and Lian Xiao's faces flushed bright red. Although they knew that their miss would not be bashful over such matters, and had always been indifferent to women's sensitive reactions, they were still startled to see their miss pull open the clothes of a strange man so openly. In any case, Jiang Wan was still an unmarried girl. Looking at a man's body like this, Bai Ji and Lian Xiao did not know whether to cry or laugh. However, looking at Jiang Ruan's indifferent expression, how was it that she was moved by this? However, the woman holding the scissors was not as calm as the two servant girls thought. Normally, Xiao Xiao looked thin, but after pulling open his clothes, his body was lean and well-defined, and his whole body contained a kind of wild power. His skin was the color of jade, but upon closer inspection, one could see that it was covered with tiny scars. Some of the scars were old, while others were new. As expected of an assassin, Jiang Wan thought. She heard Lian Xiao, who was beside her, suddenly cough incessantly. Jiang Wan raised her eyes and met Xiao Xiao's thoughtful gaze. She did not know when this person had woken up, but she was holding the scissors in her hand. Looking at his body in a daze, she looked like a rapist. Jiang Wan glared at Xiao Xiao and asked, "How did you do it?" "On the way back to the capital, I met with an ambush," Xiao Xiao replied. Looking at Jiang Wan, his gaze softened. Jiang Wan paused, took out a handkerchief that had been soaked in hot water, wrung it dry, and carefully cleaned the scars on Xiao Xiao's wound. At this time, she could see clearly that there was a Mitsubishi thorn on it, the sharp point piercing into Xiao Xiao's chest. The thorn was very deep, making it difficult to deal with. In her previous life, Jiang Wan had often been bullied in the palace, so she was most skilled at simple bandaging, but she did not know how to deal with such a wound. Xiao Xiao noticed her gaze and said, "Let me do it." Reaching out to pull out the Mitsubishi thorn, Jiang Wan said, "If you want to die, no one will stop you. Don't die in my room." Xiao Xiao was stunned. Jiang Wan pushed her hand away and carefully cleaned the blood stains on the side of the Mitsubishi thorn. Xiao Xiao's disregard for anything just now was frightening to her. Even if an assassin did not regard his own life as his own, this was really too casual. Jiang Wan looked for a while, found an angle, and reached out to hold the part of the Mitsubishi thorn that was left outside. After a slight hesitation, she exerted force and pulled it out from the side. Xiao Xiao groaned, and Jiang Wan quickly picked up the handkerchief and pressed it on the wound. The blood stains instantly soaked the handkerchief, and Jiang Wan ordered Bai Ji to change 2 basins of water. There were 3 gashes on the wound, so it was impossible to directly bandage it. Jiang Wan thought for a while and asked Lian Xiao to bring the needle and thread. Lian Xiao brought the needle and thread and asked, "Does Miss want to stitch Xiao Wanye's wound?" Jiang Wan looked at Xiao Xiao and asked, "Are you afraid of pain?" Xiao Xiao was slightly startled, and then he shook his head. "Even if it hurts, I will endure it." Jiang Wan took the silver needle and examined it in the candlelight, and found a clean thread. Although she was somewhat hesitant, in the end, she still did it. She did not use Xiao Xiao's skin as a cloth to embroider, but she embroidered very seriously. Since many years ago, when she made embroidery for Zhang Lan to exchange for money, Jiang Ruan's embroidery skills were actually considered outstanding, but she had never been as solemn as she was now. Lian Xiao looked at the beads of sweat on Jiang Ruan's forehead, and her heart also tightened. Xiao Xiao did not say a word as he allowed Jiang Ruan to stitch up the wound. Without anesthesia, he endured the pain and did not make a sound. He just pursed his lips and watched Jiang Ruan. No one knew what he was thinking, but his eyes seemed more and more like stars. Even though Bai Ji and Lian Xiao were quite critical of the matter of Xiao Xiao fainting in their own lady's courtyard, seeing him like this, they could not help but admire him. In this world, there were not many men who could endure pain, and those who could endure it to the extent that Xiao Xiao did were even rarer. Finally, Jiang Wan finished the last stitch, tied a knot on the thread, and threw the silver needle into the needle and thread box. She then took some medicinal powder to stop the bleeding and sprinkled it on Xiao Xiao's wound. Tianzhu handed over a clean and refreshing strip of white cloth. Jiang Wan lowered her head and looked at it. Xiao Xiao, with his bare chest, glanced at the white cloth. Jiang Wan picked up the white cloth and said to Tianzhu, "Help him sit up." Tianzhu did as she was told. Jiang Wan threw Xiao Xiao's blood-soaked clothes to one side and made Xiao Xiao lower his head. Xiao Xiao was stunned at first, but then he seemed to realize something. His handsome face slightly reddened, and he turned his head away uncomfortably. Jiang Wan did not notice his expression. She wrapped her hands around his back and wrapped the cloth around his back to his chest. It looked like Xiao Xiao was holding Jiang Wan in his arms. If Jiang Wan raised her head, she would be able to touch his chin. Jiang Wan lowered her head to tie the cloth. Xiao Xiao pursed his lips and looked down at Jiang Wan, who was very close to him. The unique fragrance of a young girl filled his ears, and that strange feeling floated up again. He had an impulse to pull the young girl in front of him into his arms. Bai Ji and Lian Xiao silently looked away, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Jiang Wan finished bandaging the wound, thought for a moment, and asked Lian Xiao to boil some brown sugar water. Brown sugar water was used to replenish the blood. Although it was used by women, it could not arouse suspicion. Instead, it made Xiao Xiao's expression somewhat stiff. After these things were done, Jiang Wan breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that bandaging Xiao Xiao's wound was surprisingly tiring. She sat down on the bed and asked, "Why did you faint here?" "There were ambushes along the way, and this place was the closest," Xiao Xiao replied. After leaving the capital to handle some matters, the people of Nanjiang had become increasingly rampant. He was already injured, but there were also ambushes along the way. The people of Nanjiang were good at using poison. Tonight, those people had used Miaogu, which confirmed his suspicions. Those people in the capital had long been in cahoots with the people of Nanjiang. There were many ambushes along the way to Jining Wangfu. He was afraid of beating the grass and alerting the enemy. Seeing that the Jiang Fu was right in front of him, he did not think twice and went to Jiang Ruan's courtyard. In fact, his whereabouts could not be revealed to outsiders, but he did not know why he felt that Jiang Ruan was someone he could trust, so he felt at ease and boldly fainted in her room. In fact, his injury was not that serious, and he would be fine after a short rest. However, seeing Jiang Wan earnestly bandaging his wound, he simply pretended not to know. At this time, Xiao Xiao still did not know why he was acting so differently from his usual self, nor did he know the meaning of that peculiar feeling. He was a precocious youth, but when it came to matters of love, he was like a 15 or 16-year-old youth, allowing that sour and astringent feeling to ferment in his heart. Jiang Wan looked out of the window, and then looked at the hourglass beside her. It was already the third watch of the night. After supervising Xiao Xiao to finish drinking the bowl of brown sugar water, she put down the mosquito net and said, "You sleep, I will go outside." Xiao Xiao was about to get off the bed. "No need, I will be fine outside." Jiang Wan glanced at him. "If you are not afraid of implicating me, you can sleep outside. I have a lot of spies in this courtyard, and my younger sisters are all hoping to catch hold of my weakness. If you want to push your weakness in front of others, I will owe you a few favors, so naturally, I have nothing to say." Xiao Xiao was a little embarrassed by Jiang Ruan's rebuke, and if he continued to decline, it would seem that he was being too calculative. However, it was somewhat inappropriate for a man to occupy a woman's bedchamber, and since Jiang Ruan had not done anything wrong, he could only drop the matter. After Jiang Wan left the room, Tianzhu, who had been silent all this while, came forward and gave Jiang Wan a deep bow of thanks. "This subordinate thanks Miss for saving my life." Jiang Wan did not speak, but Tianzhu continued, "From today onwards, this subordinate's life belongs to Mississippi." Perhaps Bai Ji and Lien Xiao did not understand how dangerous today's matter was, but as a member of the brocade guard, she understood it very well. Jiang Wan dared to brave the hidden powers in the capital, hide Xiao Xiao in her bedchamber, and treat his injury. This required enormous courage. However, from beginning to end, Jiang Wan appeared very calm, as if this was an extremely ordinary matter. Tianzhu said, "From today onwards, this subordinate's life belongs to Mississippi." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.